this working? Looks like it's working. Welcome, everybody. I'm experimenting again. So this is Dren608. This is going to be sort of a Dren608 Plays. I am going to be doing a stream here to sort of celebrate the fact that I made it well over 400 subscribers. So thank you all for subscribing to the channel. I've started off doing a board game, war game here, called Unconditional Surrender many years ago, putting out content for it because there wasn't a lot of it out available on play styles and things like that. So I went ahead and decided that I would revisit the thing that got me started putting stuff on YouTube. I have since branched away from just doing board games. I do a lot of the computer-based games now. I've done Terran, what is it? Starship Troopers Terran Command, several role-playing games out there. Currently, I'm working on Baldur's Gate 3, but I've done Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Pathfinder Kingmaker. I have two different playthroughs of that. What was it? Bard's Tale. I did Bard's Tale. I tried to do a Star Wars Empires at War, and in 8 sessions was completely wiped out, and decided I needed to learn how to play the game a little better to before I try again, because I had no concept of what was going on. And there'll be new content coming later this year. I'll be doing Divinity Original Sin 2, and I will also be doing Dragon Age Origins Unlimited. Things that I got recently for gifts, and I will be putting those up on stream. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do. It helps small creators like myself keep going, and it also lets you, if you hit the notify bell and hit the all on it, you'll see when I'm posting. I post up like polls, like I'll give you some choices on what do you want me to play next, and then once I pick a game, then it's kind of like, okay, what's the parameters? So for instance, on my Saturday stream was a series of a couple polls that ended up having me play Baldur's Gate 3 as a monk with the Drunken Master subclass. Friday stream turned into, it started off for me trying to get a multiplayer going with one of my kids, which our schedules just didn't work anymore. And so I converted that into a Gale Goes Forth. So I'm playing as the original character Gale, romancing Karlach. I put a bunch of mods on it. Not a bunch, but I put a few mods on it just to make it a romp game. It's not a serious depiction of how to win the game under the rules. It's like, here, have some rules that will break things in. You can have fun with that. So where we're at right now on the screen is I'm in Baldur's Board Game Arena. Okay. And Board Game Arena is a browser-based service, and they have a lot of games. I'm going to scroll down here from these are the games that I pretty much have played. I think I've only played Battle for Hill 218 once or twice. I was an alpha tester for Unconditional Surrender, which is the game we'll be doing here very shortly, because that's the game that got me started on putting stuff on YouTube. But I've also played Space Empires 4X, and of course chess. Everybody plays chess, right? Here are some things suggested based on my things. Catan, yes, Catan's here. Wingspan, Terraforming Mars, Ark Nova. And you can click here, see available tables for all games. There are, I don't remember how many games are on Board Game Arena, but if you have games like Catan, sometimes it's hard to find 4 players to play Catan. If you're signed up here, you can play these games turn-based, real-time. So you can, like, if your friends are scattered across the country and you guys want to get together to play one of these things, you can go create a table, which I'm going to show you how to do for Unconditional Surrender, and play a game online. Connect by a Discord or something so you can talk while you're playing and just have a grand old time. I do recommend Board Game Arena for people that are Opponent challenged is what I like to say, where you just can't find people that want to play the games that you want to play. You can probably find the game here, and then find opponents that'll play. Sometimes you'll find really good opponents. Sometimes you'll find, people that are a little too cutthroat for you, or maybe not cutthroat enough. But over time, you'll end up picking up a group of friends that you play with. I have in my profile here. Where is my view my profile? I have 51 friends that people that I've friended on the channel or on my profile that I play fairly regularly with one way or another. Okay. I also run a specific tournament here on using Board Game Arena's version of Unconditional Surrender. We call it the what is it? I think it's just the Unconditional Surrender um, League, and we play the long game, which is what we're going to try to do here. So I'm going to show you how you can create a game here. You select your game, and I have it set up as a simple game. You can choose. Sometimes there's arenas if they're high enough, or there's tournaments. But I usually tend to play what they call simple game. I tend to keep it turn-based for this particular game because it takes forever to play usually. And manual, it says you get to pick. If you say friends, only your friends will be able to join your games. And automatic says it just tries to find you an opponent that best matches up with what you're trying to do. Okay? So we're going to create a game here. I'm going to create a table. And I'm going to change it to one player because I'm going to stop it. Okay, fine. Friendly mode. Are you happy? There we go. So I can play a single player game. This is the latest version. I'm going to play the full campaign to see how far I can get. I don't think I'll get to the end because it's just a long thing. And then free setup so I can show you how things do. And no presentation. I'm going to put this in here yet as anniversary stream play solo. It probably should be solo play, right? Solo play. There we go. And then I'm okay with this. And then I start the game. And then I go to the game. Now, because I'm in friendly mode, I can quit this game and nothing will happen to my reputation. If you rage quit games a lot, your reputation will go down and it'll be harder for you to find opponents. So play your games out, even if you're losing. Play a good game. Be a good sport about it. I'm doing a free setup so that I can just show you some of the things that I've learned over the years. I don't want my convoy to get hit by things. You do need to have 2 airplanes on each front. I tend to do this. I put my panzers here. I put my one infantry here. There are some limits on what you can and can't do. There are this is rules for the game say that I have to have at least 3 goes here. I have to have at least 3 infantry on the west front. So I put those there. And then because it's free setup, I'm allowed to do this. I can set up my airplanes and my things to go after Denmark right away. I do that, and then I say, okay, I'm happy. The French can do some shenanigans as well. They don't have to set up historically. What I normally do is I put the mobile unit here with the convoy and the fleet to threaten to go help Scandinavian countries. I will put the aircraft 1, 2, 3, 4, think it's here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Aircraft have a range of 5 if you don't know the game, and so I'm counting hexes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this line right here I can defend, and then in a, sort of a triangle like that. So I can defend my front lines with my aircraft. And then for the infantry, it's like you put one in each city, drop somebody in Paris so you don't forget. And as a general rule, you don't bother trying to fill in these gaps because it's early in the war and it doesn't matter. So you set up your river defenses like this. And then just for kicks, I'm going to go ahead and start the Alpine there until I see how the diplomacy thing works out. And that's them. The British, I really wish they wouldn't do it this way, but they do. So you got to jump around the map to make the British work. This is pretty standard. I put home here. A lot of people leave home in London. I put home here because the way invasions work, they can't invade London. They have to kill this guy first. And they only have one surprise attack marker, so they can't do it. They can't attack that space. All right, now we've got to put the convoy and home fleet. And now is when we have to jump around, unfortunately. I can put med fleet and third convoy. I got to go all the way over here to the Middle East because I have requirements that have to be put in here. Now this is debatable on whether what I'm going to do next is correct or not. I do have to put these two things I'm going to put in. They usually start here. The fourth convoy, I usually put it in the Middle East, in Suez for an extra supply thing. And the Western Desert Force, this is one that's kind of controversial on where you start this guy in the open setup. Historically, they start in Alexandria. But if Italy should come in early, they can get all the way to this little space here. And that is, that's like El Alamein. Makes it harder to get them out. So I have taken to putting my Western Desert Force here. And then what that does is if the Italians were to come in early in the war, which is possible through diplomacy, what that does for defense is because these are unpassable hexes with these dots down here, the Italians can't get around me to get that far. They actually have to go through the Western Desert Force, which they can probably do if they really want to, but they may not be able to. They may get it to retreat, but they may not be able to like blow it up. It's a risk because if you get a really bad die roll, these guys could get destroyed and then they're just going to overrun Egypt. So it's a iffy thing. But you also have the option when Italy comes in the war, usually, depending on when they come in. A lot of times you'll have a strategic movement before then and you can put the Western Desert Force back here in El Alamein. So it's just a matter of timing and preference. A lot of people I see just leave them in Alexandria. So that's the way it goes. All right, they're done. And now I got to set up the Soviets. The Soviets are actually kind of simple. You get to choose where to put the convoy this way. I still put it in Sevastopol. Aircraft set up along these lines. Oops, not down there. Like about here. And then infantry-wise, what you're trying to do is if the Germans decide to do something weird and align some of these countries out here, when war comes, you want to be able to take them out. Because like if somebody's doing an east first, that might be something that they would do. So you have to place yourself as if you're expecting an east first scenario. So East first means that they're going to declare war on the Soviet Union, or on the Soviet faction rather than on the Western faction. So you kind of have to be ready for that. I also tend to put something down here. Where's my? There it is. Sir, where am I? Here in front of Odessa. Now you don't want to put something actually in Moscow in the fort there, because the rules say any units that start inside a fort until a certain event occurs when the Germans come east, you can't move it out. And this guy, because there's like 2 infantry already in these spaces that you can't get out of those spaces. Do I want to go a little bit north? Maybe I'll go a little bit north. Yeah, I guess I'll put one here. Okay, and I don't have anything left to mobilize, so I'm done. And now we get to begin the game. Now, one of the things you can do here, welcome to whoever stopped in on the view. One of the things you can do here is you could decide to go on the Soviet faction first. I've seen Mark Dye, the current, I would say, current champion. He's well over 500 ELO on this. He will go Soviet first and do a long war. He'll have just like 3 Germans sitting up here to fulfill his requirement, and he does a hook down this way, like through Hungary. Tries to get Yugoslavia. Will conquer Romania, Bulgaria, and a whole bunch of countries over here. He'll take out the Low Countries like Denmark and Norway, because the Soviet Union can't really defend them. And if you're in appeasement, the West can't move into these countries. So you can end up taking out all the countries you want and then go try to conquer Russia in late 1940 and 41, which will give you enough time to get your troops back to take on reinforced France. But the Soviets will be out of the war for a couple years, and the game will go till 1946. You end up having to play a very good defensive game to do that. I'm going to play traditional here. I'm going to go and declare on the Western faction. Now, you'll see here is USSR only has 45, and if you hit Western faction, yes, I really want to do that. The Soviet Union gets 40 willpower for that. If you declare on the Soviets first, France would get 10. So we have this. Now we're going to do our standard things. We're going to declare war on Denmark. Now, I've seen a lot of people set their Danes here, which I don't agree with. People put that there. I don't agree with that. I personally want to put the Danes here, because 1, 2, 3 to attack it. If I retreat this way, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He doesn't have enough to get all the way to Aalborg to conquer me. So then he has to come through this way, which means the Danes might actually live for a whole turn before the Germans take them out, which can be important for getting, if you want to do like a French or British intervention somewhere in these cities, you can do that. Gives you the option. All right, so that's pretty happy with that. And then we're going to do the traditional Polish attack. Now, I had an opponent that did this that looked very promising, so I'm going to try it. What he did is he put, these are really garbage units, but also these 2 cities almost invariably fall. I mean, there's just nothing you can do about them. We're going to put Krakow in Krakow, and we're going to put Lodz in Lodz. I mean, we might as well put the named ones where they belong, right? And then what they did is they took one army and put it here. So thank you, opponent. I didn't ask your permission to use your name, so I'm not going to say anything. But thank you for this idea because I thought it was rather intriguing way to set up the defense of Poland. Because I put an armored out here, he put like real infantry back here. Most of the time, you can like put a real infantry in this city up here, and you just put a garrison back here to keep this guy from running over here and grabbing a city. Because if they have to attack, they lose enough movement points that they can't actually get there. So that was a very interesting thing, and we're going to say that they're confirmed. And I'm done attacking people for right now, so we'll move on to the game. The UK could give up all sorts of people production points, but they're going to do it. If you've never played this game before, this module here is a very good way to learn. They have all the learning scenarios in there. It enforces the rules. The only time you run into some issues is there's a couple of very bizarre cases you could run into that you might have troubles with in the end. But they're edge cases. I mean, it has to be a combination of several factors to get you into a situation where the game can't handle what's going on. Now, I could do a strategic move here with the Axis, but I'm really quite happy with where I'm at, so we're done. And the West can do a strategic move. Strategic moves, you have to start on a rail and end on a rail. I don't see any strategic moves to do at this point, so I'm going to let it go. The Soviets are kind of the same way. They're set up where they want to be, so just let that go. We'll get to the Axis subbase. Here we go. So, the way this usually starts, I'm going to start it the same way I did with him and see if I get the same results. And I threw an airplane in, so I'm +3 to -2. And he threw in a ground support. Well, it didn't work out the other way because in the first game, he actually held that. So he retreats to here. He's going to come here. Do I need to get rid of this unit? Yes, I do. So I need to attack it again. And I'm going to use the airplane again. Well, he's getting the same results. It's retreats, retreats. So now, this is an important thing about retreating. He has to make sure that as he's retreating here, you could say, well, come back here to maintain your lines. That's not the way to do that. He wants to try and keep this guy here from being isolated to make it harder to take. So he goes there. Now, I don't need to take this hex. It's actually probably a bad thing to take that hex because I'm not on a rail line. So what I'm thinking I'm going to try is just to move. I couldn't attack him because he's across the river, so I'm just going to move to here and say I'm done. And then we're going to have this guy move here. And he's going to attack here. And I'll use one airplane from there to give me a +4 to his -2. And I got another retreat. So he's retreating all over the place. He's not actually getting defeated, like eliminated. He's just retreating. So that's kind of what happened to me when I did this before. I've got to try and get rid of him because I need to get that isolation on that one. And he got retreated. Now I could move in here. He's got an Arizona control here. So I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to do something else. I'm going to go here. And I'm going to use this airplane. And then he's going to try and stop me right there. And it didn't work. I got a really good die roll from it. So he's forced to retreat out of here. Now again, following the same logic, I'm trying to keep this guy from being completely isolated. So we're going to go to here. But the infantry now gets to take this space. So you can see that in order to conquer, you have to get this number here in the left side to 0. What I did here is now zones and controls wise, I have a zone of control here, 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 and here. So when I attack here, you'll see the number for my guy was +2 for Germany and +2 for isolated. So I'm at +3, and I want to make sure that I really take that. So I'm going to actually use another thing there, I think. +3 to -2. Do I really need to use an airplane? I don't think I need to use an airplane. Because even a defender retreated makes him go away. So then I can move here. And now I have to make a decision. Do I want to go try and chase this thing down? Or do I want to try to damage this guy down here? And I think what I'm going to do, different than what I was doing in the other game, because I've gotten a little bit better successes, I'm going to go here. And I'm going to attack this guy. I'm just going to go at him with the regular infantry. I'm going to save the aircraft for my armor. No effect. And one more time. Confirm attack. I got a DR, so he's flipped. Because he could not retreat. He had nowhere to go. You'll see over here on the far left, it tells you your die rolls, the splits, the combat results, and what your combat was. And like here it said it was a DR, but he could not retreat, so he's reduced instead. So it follows the rules and it tells you everything you're doing here, okay? And it gives you a pretty good log of everything that's gone on, okay? Down here is all of our stuff that we have on our cards to come in. This is the game depiction of our willpower up here, and then our factory points, our production points and stuff. He has it all summarized over here too. Tells you in parentheses how many factories you have and how many production points you have left. So he's done all he can do. He has 0 movement points remaining, so he can't do anything else. But now what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to blow through with this armored unit. Here I'm +4 to -2. I think I'm going to use... No, I don't want to use the aircraft here. I think +4 to -2 is enough. Yes, because all I needed was a defender retreat since he can't. Now this thing, because I've eliminated somebody, I have an enemy, I have an EOZ, no EOZ. What that means is that I'm actually allowed to move down here and attack this, which is what I'm going to do. This is going to be a different way of doing this. Or do I want to do that? I could take Krakow. Yeah, because then I can possibly have this guy surrounded and take him out with the infantry. So we're going to try, this is going to happen a little bit differently. We are going to go here. Now, because we're in lousy terrain, we're going to use the aircraft here, so I'm +5 to 0. I got a defender retreat. Now, this is an important thing. If he were to retreat here to this square on the south side of the Vistula, I would have this guy isolated. I'd get that extra +2. He doesn't want to have that happen. He's already lost the city. There's no point to this. So he goes there, and then I can move here. Now I have one more attack. My choice is to try, I can either try to get this guy to retreat again, or I can go after this one who can't retreat. I'm going to go after the one that can't retreat. Because if I can just get a DR out of him, I'm going to use my northern airplane. I'm +5 to his 0. If I can get at least a DR, a defender retreat, he'll at least be flipped. And down here in this thing, it will show you what the combat looks like. So you can see there's only 5 chances out of the 36 possible that I get nothing at all. So that's almost a 1 in 6 chance it doesn't work. So let's see what happens. I did get my defender retreat. And again, because he can't go anywhere, I can't do that. Now this enemy zone of control, when this guy ends, it goes away. That only stays there for the unit that caused it, not the next unit to move. Now this is the next guy that's going to move up here. He's going to do this. He's going to attack here. He's going to use this southern airplane. So he's +4 to -2. I got the retreat. Now I got a no enemy zone of control. This is important because by getting this, I can move one space here. And I can attack here. Or here. Or both, because I have 4 movement points. So I think we're going to go here. We're going to go down here. We're going to use the airplane to try and get a +4 to 0 and see if I can get a serious attack on him. Okay, I got the result I wanted. I got a DD, which means now he's going to be less likely to survive another attack. So we're going to attack him again. I don't have any aircraft. Yeah, I think we're going to take the shot. And I did get my DD. Okay. I do not actually want to take that hex, and you'll see why in a minute. In case I have to actually go after the guy in Warsaw. He only has 1 will point left. Maybe I will take the hex. Okay, now comes the big attack here. And this is the it's one of the reasons why I don't use the ground support for the miners early. I tend to save it for these last battles where I'm trying to hang on to the last 1 or 2 will points. Because right now it's +6 to 0. It could be a +6 to 1. But like there's a 3 in 36 chance that I won't get anything at all. And there's a fairly good chance I might do some serious damage like those DDs. So, like I just did there. So now he's got to retreat. He doesn't have a good retreat because he's going to be in fair terrain no matter what he does. But if he would retreat here towards Warsaw, I have 8 movement points left. I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And if I go here and he eliminates me on the next turn at +6 to -2, which is a likely thing to happen, he'll still win. So we're going to try to show you another feature of the game. He's going to make a mistake. I'm not going to take the hex. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to run to here. And Poland is conquered. So a thing has gone into the political cup, which is way down here. It starts with 6 no events, 3 political successes, political failure, 2 areas seized, and now I've added a pro axis, so that only helps me. All right. Now I have a choice. And this is where people get a little confused. But part of Poland sits right here, so it's adjacent to Latvia. So you can put a pro axis marker in Latvia. You can put a pro axis marker in Lithuania, because obviously it's right next to Poland, or in Germany, right? And you say, but this isn't next to Germany. How did you do that? The rules have been updated so that the British can place things like with one sea zone intervening wherever they have, like in the Middle East, like down here. They can actually place things in Greece because it's one sea zone here to Crete, which is part of Greece. All right, and things like that. So if they're within a sea zone, they can actually place political markers. So, and I argued for the longest time. I said the Baltic Sea was basically a German controlled for most of the war, till late in the war when they ran out of, the Allies finally bombed what was left of their fleet. But the Baltic Sea was pretty much theirs versus the Soviets. And so I thought that they should be able to, at least before the Soviets are in the war, be able to place political markers out here, like in Finland or Sweden or Norway, and along the coasts here. And so they said, yeah, we agree with you. They tried it, and it seems to work. What it does is here, it used to be all you could do was be like Hungary and Romania. They had 2, but then they changed the rule that you had to be adjacent to an active country. So they had to be adjacent to Germany in this case because it's early in the war. I don't have any allies. And I said, well, if you do that, then it's Lithuania or Hungary. That's it. There's nothing else. And so they did put this in to allow for the placement, and it also adds in Latvia. So that's why that's there. But that's not what I'm going to do. I am going to put it in Hungary. And the reason why I'm putting it in Hungary is if the Soviets were to pull a political success, assuming that the West doesn't before them, they could actually put a Soviet pro marker in Hungary. And that would be disastrous because then it's possible that even in the future they could get Hungary as an ally and the Germans would have to go through Hungary when they decide to start Barbarossa. I actually had that happen in a game. I did that to someone in a game because they didn't do Hungary, and it slowed them down enough where I was able to. I don't remember if I won that game or not. It was definitely an interesting game. Now, what happened here is I am now in what is considered Russia because this has been ceded to Russia, Eastern Poland. So I have to have the German armored unit go away. So it has to leave. And I'm going to put it in Vienna because that's the rest of my nefarious plan. And I confirm. And now I have two more things to do. This airplane is going to fly down to here for future and Western operations. And then up here, I am going to move to here and attack the Dane. With which lift is that? Lift 1? Let's lose lift 1. And we commit. We got a DR, which is what I was talking about before. Now I have 5 movement points remaining. So this is the thing. If the German does this, they can conquer Denmark right away. You normally don't want to, but because I got the DR, now the Danes have to do something. If the Danes were to retreat onto this island, I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they don't want to do that. So they want to try to stay alive. So they're going to go there. And I have to go here. And then I attack him again. Hello. Attack you again. With the same airplane. And I finally got him. Now, I could go and conquer Denmark. There's pros and cons here. If I go and take Alberg up there, I would conquer Denmark. I'd get a pro marker in the thing, but I can't place anything by using Denmark. Since the cup is so full, I'm worried about there being the West and the Soviets pulling political successes and putting influence places I don't want. So instead of taking Alberg, I am going to move adjacent to Copenhagen. So now next turn I can take Copenhagen unless he puts somebody in there. And if he does put somebody in there, they would have no retreat route, so they will be isolated. Now I have 369. Okay. I won't be able to get all my airplanes. Now I take this airplane away and I place it here. And the reason why I put it on that C zone is that that hex is on C zone 12. This fighter is on C zone 13. But being on C zone 12 means I can actually have a fighter intercept him when he tries to bring somebody in and tries to supply. I can whittle down his fleets, which is what the way you deal with this nonsense, quite honestly. Right? Have I done everything? I've done everything I can do. This guy could move. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. I'm not worried about taking Warsaw anytime soon. I'm trying to get somebody down here in case I get really good weather. How far can you get? I can only get to here, so I'll go there. If I get really good weather, I want to try to take out Hungary for reasons. Okay, that's what we're going to do. And then I'm going to pass. I'm done. I have 16 production points left. I'm going to leave the voluntary elimination phase in just so I can show it to you this first time, but usually I don't have that going. Well, I've had a few people stop in for views, but nobody's really said anything in chat. Wish you guys would say hi in chat. I'm going to supply all. And we're done. Now the West has to make a decision. You got to decide whether you're going to try to hold up Denmark or not. You can go in there whole hog. Bring the British into like Copenhagen or Aalborg and put the French in the other one, which is not so. I tend to put the French in. This is me. Is it good move? Probably not. I'm pretty sure Mark does something like this. I know Robert Bracey, who's another one of the better players out there. Oh, yes. Confirm the escort. So over here in the log, you can see it says, I picked this guy up and I'm using this guy for escort so that I can protect myself from the airplane. And then I have to go in here and mark my way over there. So I want to go to Aalborg because I don't want to be isolated right away, right? And that was a mistake on my part with the Germans. And I'll show you what I mean. No, I want to intercept supply. So I want to let him go there. And then they want to stay there. So you hit confirm naval path and they stay put. This airplane that I have here should have actually flown to this hex here. Because if I'd have done that, I would have prevented him from strategically moving out of space. So now I'm going to have to strategically move somebody back here to deal with that. So that's a problem. So I probably have to pull one of my armored units. I'll probably have to pull this armored unit back. Okay. But that's basically all the West is going to do. They can't move anything down here in the Middle East. They have to have a condition to allow me to move those units. So I'm not allowed to move them until I get either West invaded or somebody like Italy comes in the war. What I am going to do is I'm going to take the British. Naval transport. They do not need to be escorted for this. They're just going to go to Calais. And then they're going to end their turn out here. And then I'm going to go ahead and put home fleet with them. So that if I decide to come up here, grab the BEF, and move, I can. The reason why I'm back there is I do not want to be within air range of the German Air Force. Okay? When they decide to come and get us. And then that's going to be what I do for the West. I will skip their voluntary elimination phase. Supply all with no convoys. He can just go through there. This guy has to be supplied. So we're going to say use convoy. And we're going to escort. And then we got to go over here to France. Where's France? So we've got to go here. All right. Now you notice there's like 100 movement points. This guarantees, because it's supposed to be unlimited, If he gives you like 99 movement points, you can like go all over the map to get your thing done. So they're going to do this. And now as the Germans, I have to decide, do I want to try to stop this? Conventional wisdom would say in fair weather to do it. Okay. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually go after him with the airplane first. Because I'm +2 because I'm air versus naval, +2 because I'm Germany, but -1 because I have a sortie on me. So I'm +2 to the French, normally are +1, but they're -1 because they have sorties. So I'm a +2 to him to try and do some serious damage to his fleet. And I didn't do it, so he got by. So now I would have to either use this airplane or the surface action to do it, okay? I think I'm going to go ahead and use the surface action to try and hit him again. And I didn't do well at all in either one of those. All right, I'm done with my interceptions. And they can go do their thing. I can technically go after him with an airplane here. So he has to draw the path, do that, and then I'm going to know. No, thank you. My airplanes are beat up bad enough. I can't bring back all my airplanes as it is. So the Soviets got themselves some territory. So they're going to move this guy into here. And that's fine. And this guy's going to move to here. And that's fine. You're going to move to here for now. That's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5. I need to bring this airplane up to Minsk for now. I'm just playing around because the Soviets can't really do anything. Their thing is all in diplomacy and stuff for the first 12 turns, I think, or so. They'll skip the voluntary elimination. And then they supply all and they should be done. Okay, so now in voluntary elimination, if you wanted to, you would highlight a unit and then say eliminate units. Okay? If you don't want to get rid of anything, do this. Now, the only reason why you want to leave this up is there will come a time in the war where it's possible your aircraft would be surrounded and be like if one of these guys here said it was in low supply, it would probably be better for me to remove it from the map and just rebuild it and then do that. Okay? So we're just going to not eliminate anything, get past that. Now we do replacements. I have to be very careful. I need 5 points to pull a chit out of the cup. So I'm going to, because I have Frenchmen up here, I'm going to do these 2 airplanes. And now you see I only have 10 left. If I were to do 6 more, I'd only have 4 left, which is not enough. So I can only do 1 more airplane, so I'm going to do the 4th loop. So I have a little bit of air power to go after Hungary if I get decent weather. Otherwise, I have my airplanes here to try and take care of his fleet. Okay. Now, obviously, the French don't have anything to spend their money on, so they're like, yeah, let's fix my fleet. And the British are kind of the same way. It's like, let's fix the fleet. The British should have enough to be able to do diplomacy, right? They're done. And the Soviets only have 1 airplane, so they'll have definitely have enough to do their thing. So now we're into diplomacy phase. Notice there's 6 no events. This is what starts. 6 no events, 3 political successful, 2 areas seized. So right now, when you start the game, it's 3 out of 12. Right? 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12. 3 out of 12 is your normal chances. So that's only 25% chance you get something you need as a Germans. I now have a 4 out of 13. which is a little bit better. There is a chance for a political failure which could really screw everything up. Area seized helps the Soviet Union. And no events are no events. But you have to pull. With the Germans, you have to try and get something going. And I pulled an area seized. So now the Soviets get to choose what they want to do. They can take Bessarabia, Estonia, Karelia, Latvia, or Lithuania. They've already gotten Eastern Poland because of the partition pact or whatever, the Nazi-Soviet pact. So now the question is what do you want to do with the Soviets? Now, if you were to go, let's say you took Bessarabia right now. If you did that and they conquer Hungary, they could immediately activate Romania. So that's one of the reasons why in this situation, because, and if you know how I play, you as the Soviets, you would do this every time. Sorry, I had to take a drink. I'm talking too much. Because of the way I play, they know that my goal is to like bring in Yugoslavia and Romania. If they were to not take this, let's say they take one of the others. If I conquered Hungary, I put a pro marker in Romania, and if I pull it out of the cup in my next turn, I would activate Romania, and Soviets wouldn't get this second river line to help defend them, and would lose a factory. So they're going to take Bessarabia. Okay, now the West is going to take a chance. Pretty much with the Soviets in the West, I pull until all the political successes are gone, and then I try to put in no events and the political failure and area seizes to dilute the German pulling power. So I'm going to go ahead and pull one as well. And I pulled a no event. Now the Soviets could pull a marker, or they could put in another area seized and the no event to dilute the cup. This is a cat and mouse game here. With the Soviets this early, I'm going to do I want to try to dilute the cup? My problem is if I get a political failure, Romania could be in the war. I don't want to take that chance. So I'm going to put back the area seized. And whenever you put a marker from here that says the holding box, when you put one in, you'll see over here, for the Soviets, when they put the area seized in, you have to add a no event if there's one available. So you can't stack the cup in your favor without giving it a chance of failing by putting in a no event. Okay? I love that little mechanic that, no, you can't just stack the cup up to win all the time. I'm trying to see what my weather is. It's fair where Hungary is concerned. So we're going to go after Hungary, kids. Sorry. I thought you were my friend, but you aren't anymore. And there's absolutely no good way to set this up. Okay? There's no good way to set this up. You have to put the big guy here. I did get back one of my ground support, so I'll be able to defend myself a little bit. What you want to do is you want to slow the Germans down as much as possible from getting really good attacks. You can't pack it so that you can't retreat to hold is the problem. Actually, you could. Huh. I could try that. All right. We're going to try this. That's not going to work. He's going to be attacking me with 6. Twice. +6 to +1, +6 to 0. And he still would have a retreat route. So it's not going to matter. Yep, we're going to have to make him make an extra attack. Make him make an extra attack to try and get to me. Just try to make him make extra attacks. That's what I'm going to do there. And then the axis is done for now. They're not going to give anything to anybody. And now we're at a strategic movement. So this is where you got to make some hard choices, unfortunately. I really can't have the French running about. So I have to go and do this. I really don't want to. But I got to put this here. And the reason why I need to do that, I'll show you in a minute. Now, if he was able to strategically move this guy one space forward to, oh God, what's that number? To 2022, the French aircraft could go fly to here, where the French 4th is. And if you count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they can get to that space. Right now, they can't do that because they would land in an enemy zone of control without a friendly unit, which you can't do with an aircraft. So that kind of protects that, and then I can just go ahead and take Denmark if I want this turn. I'm not sure, since it's fair weather, if I should do that or not. It depends on how things go in Hungary. So the West can do a strategic move. I don't see a reason to do one. We'll just let that go. The Soviets can do a strategic move. Is there a reason to do one? No, because they have plenty of points to do whatever they want now. We're just going to move into here, right? Yeah, I don't see a strategic move for them either. And now we get to do the German action phase. We'll zoom in a little bit more, so we get not quite such a bird's eye view of what I'm doing. And okay, I would attack at 3, 2, 4. Attack at +2 to +1. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I gotta leave 3 guys over here, so let's get those moves out of the way. You have got to go capture Warsaw. Okay, that's done. You... One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I think these guys have to go. These guys are going to be permanently on the Eastern Front. He's going to go to here. To protect. Do I want to have him go down here and grab this? No, because he can't get back to the edge. He's got to stay there. And you're probably just going to stay here. Now I've got this guy who can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But I think this guy can get there and get 1 attack. So he's going to go ahead and attack here to try and break the armor out. Let's see if this works. Ooh, I got him poofed. All right, I'm not going to take the hex. This is very important to not take that hex and just say I'm done. Because now the armor gets to move 1. And I'm going to save the +1 for the capital, I think. I should have probably used it there if I was going to use it. I screwed up. So he's going to attack here. I am not going to use the airplane here. +4 to -2. Does he want to use this here to make me spend extra movement points? We'll take him down to 5. We'd give him only 1 attack, but he'd be at +3. Decisions, decisions, decisions. Hello. I'm not sure what I should do here, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and just say... I'm gonna save it. Go ahead. Defender retreats. He goes here. He attacks here. with the airplane, with the ground support. Can I hold? I held for one turn. Unfortunately, he can attack me again at +3 to +0. I held. Hungry held. Yay. Hungry held. All right, and then that takes me to here. I will come to here. This is a desperate attack because I only have the one attack here. It's 0 to 0. Just trying to see if I get lucky. I got lucky. I rolled a 3, but he rolled a 1. It's very unlikely that that works. It's only like a 20% chance. But now he's forced to retreat. It doesn't matter where he goes because when I take this, Hungary's conquered. Okay? And then I'm going to place the marker in Yugoslavia. Oh, that's right. I can't do this because I'm not adjacent to it with Germany. Okay. And then I'm done. Let's go up to Denmark, shall we? So now the question is do I want to try and take the French out? I think what I want to do is I want to pound the French fleet. So I'm going to go after this. Not doing well. This is fair weather. I'm supposed to be able to pound this fleet into nothingness. I'm not doing well. All right, we're going to have you go after the French fleet. Now it's +3 to -2. There we go. That's what I like to see. And now we're going to go after the convoy. Because now he doesn't have any escort ability for the convoy. +2 to -1. There we go. We're going to ring up our aircraft on these guys. +1 to -3. Okay. So what's he got left? He has 1. All right. I think we're going to use this aircraft up on him. Okay. So now in his turn, this guy can't be supplied because these guys are in the way. And then this airplane is actually going to fly one more space to the north to be in Denmark. Because from this same spot that I was talking about before, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, he could have hit me by sitting there. So I wanted to get myself out of range of him being able to run me up to 6 full sorties. And now the question is do I need to conquer Denmark? What's in the bucket? So the bucket's just as full as it was, but now I have 2 extra chances. So what is it, 5 out of 15? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So now it's 5 out of 14 chances to get a plus, to get a pro. So I think I'm okay there. I'm going to save this in case I get the political failure and I need to take this out to get them conquered. So I still have 22 left. So 3 times 4 is 12. That would leave me 10. I have a 1 guy to build. No, I have 3 guys to build. That should be 7. I should have enough to do everything I want to do. All right. Yeah, I'm done. Now we're going to skip the voluntary elimination phases from now on. He should be supplied everywhere. The West has a problem. Okay. We have an issue here. I could try to go pick up the BEF and go to Copenhagen, but right now it's not looking good because his Air Force is going to be able to pound whatever fleet is around. So What do I do? I really don't have a move. Believe it or not, I don't see any reason to move any of the West. They're all pretty much in their positions where they belong. Until I can see what happens with the whole Italy thing. So I'm going to pass. I got to debate whether I'm going to delete the French fleet or not. This guy's going to have no supply. The rest should all be supplied except for the Brits, which is... he doesn't need to be supplied. Well, actually, he can. I don't have enough of the hex showing on the map. You can go there. You can't stop it, so there's no reason to intercept it. Because he has 6 sorties, it's not going to help to intercept him trying to supply himself. Okay, Soviets. They got themselves some more territory. So you put this guy here for now. Thank you very much. You go. Hello. Hello. You have a permanent home to go to. You're going to go here. Thank you very much. And then otherwise, we're waiting for more territory. More territory. We pass. Skip the voluntary. Supply it all, and we're done. Another turn is done. Now I have to make a decision. Do I want to just give up here? Or do I want to try to evacuate him next turn? Because that would make the German aircraft have to attack my fleet and my convoy. Right? Things to think about. Welcome, welcome. Say hi in chat. Huh. My fingers come up. Okay. I'm sorry. What do I do? I think we're gonna fight. We're gonna fight for it. All right. The Germans now have 12, so they can do this one, and this one, and this one, and this one. Okay, so they have 10 left. I think that's okay. We're gonna replenish the fleets, and the Germans get to build stuff. The Germans get to build stuff. Okay. Now I cannot, by the weather chart, and I just know this by heart, I cannot get a fair in November because I had a fair in October in this region. So, just building the infantry here. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to put this garrison down in Munich. Okay. And that leaves me 7, which is enough for me to pull a chit. We might as well build the Danes. They come back to life. There you go. The Soviets, because they got 1 infantry for Eastern Poland when I conquered it, and in the political phase they got another territory, so they got 2 infantry. So they're going to build 1 here. And I think I'll drop 1 in Minsk. Okay. There we go. We are done with that turn. We're to diplomacy. All right, the Germans have a 5 and 14 chance, I think. 6, 12, 13, 14. 5 and 14. Can they get a good pull? They did get a pro-axis. Now, I could place markers in all these places. Do I want to go there? There are political successes, unfortunately, that they can pull things out. So I think I'm going to activate. I'm going to activate Yugoslavia. I don't want to. I don't want to lose my pro marker there. All right. You are on split duty. You are on Trieste duty. You are on Belgrade duty. And you three are going to line up for. We'll put you here. And we'll put the 2 real infantry on. Stop. Here. Okay. He's done. Now the West. Well, they think they should try and pull. I'm worried about them getting a political failure, but I think we're going to pull anyway. We're trying to get some of these political successes and pro-axis markers out of here. They pulled a political failure. Oh, this is so typical of my allied things. Okay, I could activate Romania, but I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop a pro marker in Italy to make them start thinking about Italy. Now, the Soviets know there's no political failure, so they're going to pull just to try and get something out of the cup and hope. And unfortunately, they pulled a no event, so they did not dilute the cup. All right. Weather now is poor. Okay, so it's going to be hard to kill that Frenchman because I only get 1 attack at him. I'll be 4, -1 for poor, so I'll be 3, and then +2 for isolation, so I'll be 5. I can get +1 from an airplane for 6, and then a -2 for city and poor. I'll be +4 to +1, 2 because he's got a tank. +4 to +2, and then he's -2 for being out of supply, so it would be a 0. +4 to 0. That's not a very good odds. I do not think I want to declare war on anybody at this point. I'm not in position to be declaring war on people, so we'll do that, and we'll try and get ourselves back into position. I don't think I need anything for Yugoslavia this turn. And British are going to save their points. Strategic move with the Axis. Okay. Do I have people I want to get out of here? Am I going to be going any further south? Not with armor. So I can take this armored unit, save myself the production points. I'm just going to go ahead and drop them in Aachen. Because why not? Getting ready to go into the west. Strategic move for the west. We don't really have one. Again, same issues that we had before. And I don't have any with the Soviets either. All right, here it goes. Can we kill the Frenchman? Can we kill the Frenchman? So we have to do an assault. So I'm +3, and I get an extra +1 there, +4. If he throws in the tank, it becomes a 0. So he might as well. He doesn't have anything else to do with the tank. And it's a single attack because it's poor weather, because we have to assault. So we confirm, and we commit. We got a DR, which is not good enough. So he's still alive. So what's going to happen here is he's going to go to no supply with the Frenchman, and then be removed in the removal phase. So that's disappointing. I really don't need to take the Danes out. Do I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11. I have a 4 in 11 chance of getting a pro marker again. And the Soviets are probably going to have to put back in the political failure to try and slow the Germans down. Do I want to take out Denmark this turn? That would give me 5 out of 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. So 10, 11, 12. I'd have 5 and 12 if I can get Denmark. They're going to have lots of political successes too. I think we're going to let it. I think I'm going to let it hang till those political successes are out of the way. That's just a strategic decision there. Okay. So let's. But I do want to get rid of this fleet. All right. We do need to try and get rid of the fleet. Otherwise he'll try to supply it. Okay. We can't have him supplying that guy. We want him to die. Unfortunately, he's not going to die losing a point. But that's the way it goes. Right? Right. Okay. Germans are done. Oh, I didn't say skip. Oh, well. All right, so the West is kind of stuck here. There's not a lot to do. Not a lot to do at this point. I don't think there's anything for me to do. Hmm. I kind of just want to sit here for a bit until we get closer to springtime, and then I might rearrange my guys, knowing what. Got to know what's going to happen with Italy. So I really don't have a lot to do. Okay. Let's see. He would go to no supply, and because he's reduced, he'd get removed, right? I can try to remove him myself by just doing an assault back out. Because if I do this, this is another tactic. I'll show you another tactic here. So this is a tactic you can try to do. So he's +3 just sitting there. I'm -4. What I'm trying to get is an AA, which I got. Now notice, I lost the guy, right? But I did not lose any willpower. If you lose a guy with an AA assault like that, you don't lose the willpower for it. But there was no reason to try and keep him there. We'll skip that because when he's got to take that particular thing, he's going to go to here. No more interceptions. Confirm. Supply all. No convoy. Use the convoy. And then we're back over to the Soviets. I don't think I have anything really to do with the Soviets. Right? I can move this guy up. You move up to here. Okay. And we're done with the Soviets. We're done. Skip the voluntary. And supply all. No, I'm not voluntarily eliminating anything. Replacements. Now this is a little more. I've got to do one here and one here. I think I have enough. Yes, I still have 12 left. And One guy to build, so yeah, definitely enough. But I really don't have anything to move here for the Germans. Next turn I have stuff to move around. Okay, so we confirm. What turn are we in? We're only in November 39. I'm not going very fast, am I? All right, let's confirm this. Replacements, sure, why not? Build the German garrison, probably in Frankfurt. Oh, no, it doesn't go in Frankfurt. Dumbass. Goes in Stuttgart. Goes in Stuttgart. Okay. We're back to the diplomacy cup. So I have a 4 in 11 chance. A little bit under 40%. Do I get lucky? Got one of the political successes. Now this is where it gets a little bit tricky. I think I'm going to put it in Italy. Or do I want to activate Romania? If I activate Romania, I know I'll have them. Right? Or I can get myself set up so that Italy can come in right away. I think we're going to go activate Romania just so that it's on the board. I don't want to have the chance that it's not here. Right. Oh. Okay, in the West, there's nothing bad here. We do not want to take a chance on. We're just trying to get political successes out of here. I got another disputed area. All right. This is the Soviets going to take the Low Country. Karelia comes last, I think. All right, now I got to make a decision. Do I want to try and make it hard for the Germans to succeed? We're putting in the political failure or the area seized? The area seized gets me stuff. Political failure is not as important to me. Okay, there we go. And now we are in December. Poor weather. Okay. It's important to know what the weather is. It's poor weather. Okay. Wow. I'm not gonna do anything. Nope, those guys don't need any points. Those guys don't need any points. Strategic move with the Axis. Okay, I'm gonna leave this infantry to run down here to help the Yugoslavs. We're gonna take the German 8th Army back up here. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. In the West, I really don't have a strategic move. I gotta wait till I get my guy back here, and then I'll put... Basically, I'm going to try to defend the Somme and the Marne and slow them down at Sedan and Lille. I don't think I'm going to try and do a frontline defense. Do I really have anything to do with the Soviets? Oh, but I can just move there. No. Actions. you. On your way down there. I want you. You. I'm not clicking right. What's going on? Oh. Okay. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. I want you to go up and grab that city. That was what that was supposed to be all about. You're not letting me do it. I'm very annoyed. And then we'll come down. I don't know. Go sit hungry. I have to do something with you somewhere. I think I'm going to rail him up to here. Okay. Do I want to conquer Denmark now? What's the bucket look like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. 3 out of 11. Could make it 4 out of 12, which would be a full 25%. Yeah, I think we're going to have to try. I think we're going to do this just to get this out of the way. I really wish I didn't have to do it this way, but I think I'm kind of stuck this way. I'm going to do it the cheap way. Not going to actually make any attacks. Here you go. Denmark is conquered. Yay. The displaced units. You will go back to Marseille. The displaced unit must go back to Marseille. I still have 8 movement points left, so get out of Dodge! $24 left. I suppose I should just shore up the eastern front. Put these guys in their forever homes. Get this done so I don't have to spend points on it later. You live there forever. Now, notice the hexes that I'm putting these guys. It's very kind of important. Welcome, whoever's in the chat. Can you say hi? I'm putting these guys here because they're not on rail lines, which means when I want to start shifting people to the east, it's like one guy can get to a rail line and be on the front line here, 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 here. So I can get guys on the front lines via rail really fast, and then obviously the others have to move on foot, but 4 or 5 turns I can have this whole line basically filled out. Plus I have to put some, that's the reason why the Romanians are back, is so I can put Germans in here. So that's the whole concept there. I'm at 21. I've got 369 on airplanes. 10 for an infantry build. So that'll leave me 11, I think. Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Do I need to move anything? That's the question. Do I need to move anything? Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, you need to be in this space. All right. Other than that, I don't think I need to move anybody. Oh, you should probably move out of Dusseldorf to here. So now I've got 9. 10. think I have enough to do this. Yeah, I think that's enough. I think we have enough guys. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Let's get the next voluntary. Let's fly all the west. Doesn't really have a lot to do. Now you have to make a kind of start making some decisions here. We're getting to the point where it might make a difference. Depending on the diplomacy, until we know how much that's going, this guy has to stay here to keep any Italians from just running in and messing with me. I could go to the front line. I could put another infantry right here. But I'm not sure that's such a good idea. Because that's one more guy that he could kill along the way. If I'm behind the river, he might get both of them. Probably get the Lil one by just retreating it to a place where it can't retreat. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, that's probably what's going to happen there. Not good. Not good for me. Okay. How long have I been at this? Hour and a half. Okay. Hour and a half, and I'm not even on 1939. I think I'm done. I'm not going to do anything. Spoil. Soviets don't really have a lot to. Oh, I'm just going to move this guy up to here or to here. I can't remember my defensive alignment. I'll have to think about it in a minute. We'll go there. I've got 3 more to get. 3 more to get. 3 more to get. I don't think there's anything else I want to do. Yeah. 9. Should have enough to do my diplomacy. Might as well. It's to build 9th Army goes in Dusseldorf. First, I'm going to put it in Marseille because I'm going to rail it north after I rebuild it. Oh, where am I going to put this one? I got another one, Ma. I think I put it in Lithuania. Yeah. I put it. Okay. And we're back to this again. All right, what's Germany going to pull this time? Or did I click it? I got a political success. That means we're down to 1 political success to come after me. Okay. Let's go for the northern. Let's go for the north. See if we get away with it. So with that in mind, the Germans want to empty those successes out of here, or the British want to get rid of those successes if they can. Not likely, but they got to try. They pulled a no event. And now the Soviets, if we can get a political success, we can get rid of Yeah, we got to try and pull, I think. 2 no events. Okay. I think my weather's like severe. Yeah, we're not doing anything. We're done. We're done. No. Severe weather is this is the winter war that doesn't happen. Strategic move with this with the Axis. Um, put the first army there. Just to save me the production point. They're they want to get him rebuilt before they strategically move him. And the Soviets. Why are you not? Oh, it's strategic movement. I was thinking I was moving it over land. Dummy. Not bright. Not bright. Not bright. Okay. I'm not gonna pass because I have a couple guys to move. You need to get in position for the assault into the Belgium. So go there. This is good. I have the infantry all lined up here. What do I have left to build? What do I got coming in here? I have the Nor and the Luft and a garrison. So those things are all going to go up here in the north. Garrison will go in Bremen. The Nor will go in Hamburg or Kiel. So I probably want to get you here. All right. I'm done. No voluntary removement. Supply all. The West. Do we really want to do a frontline defense? I don't think we do. No, just pass. And the Soviets, I think everything's at the front line, right? Two, three, four, five. Yeah. I'm not protecting these guys at all. But I think I need to have Latvia so I can put the aircraft up here. Okay. So we're done as well. Next couple turns are probably going to go really fast like this with severe weather. There's nothing for me to do. Replacements, yes. And him, yes. Confirm. Yes. I have the points. I have 14. Yes, I do. All right. Building is going to happen up here. One, two, 8. All right. So you're going to be built. Um, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They can reach Leipzig. Let's put it in Berlin. The Norwegian Hamburg, you're going to here. All right, confirm that. Okay, we're running out of pro markers. We're gonna see if we get lucky and pull off Sweden. I did not. I got a no event. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. The British are gonna pull. We got a no event, so we have to do something to 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 mess this up. So we're gonna put in a political failure and a no event. Because we got to try and mess up the Germans somehow on their political successes. They're getting too many. Again, I think we're in poor condition. Not that I really want to attack. I mean, I could go after Bulgaria, but there's no point to it at this point. That's a little early. And then I'm not in position to do anything up there, so I am not going to declare war. There is no money for you. There is no money for you. Strategic move. I was going to bring the Yugoslav up. Well, I have strategic moves I really don't need to use. So where is that Yugoslav? There he is. You are going to move. You are going to move all the way into Denmark. You're coming to sunny Denmark. And you're going to sit on the island to help impede the movement of Allied fleets into the Baltic. Confirm. They can do a strategic move. I don't have one. Soviets don't have one. Movement. Okay. You are going to go up there. Do I have anything on the front that I need to move? I don't think so. What have I got coming in? I don't think I have anything more coming in. I have another infantry coming in. Another infantry that I'd like to probably build in Dusseldorf, right? So we'll move you back a space. Okay, I'll pass. West. Alright, we can move this guy all the way up to here if I want him to be in the front line. Or I can move him to here. Yeah, I think that's where I'm going to put him. You don't want to... I guess that's good. I have to think about these things, unfortunately. I have anything else to do? I'm worried about that Italian jumping in here. No. Did I want to move anything around here? I don't think so. I gotta wait till I get some more territory so I get more guys. Replacements. Or add pay. Oh, we're done. Might as well. We're going to build the second right here. Okay, now we have possible problems. If the Germans pull that political failure, that pro marker in Italy could go away, or that pro marker in Sweden could go away, right? But I think you got to pull as the Germans, don't you? I think you have to. And I pulled a Noah vet. Pulled a Noah vet. Now what does the West do? I don't think the West can afford the political failure to be pulled. So they're going to actually put in a couple of no events to try and dilute the cup. The Soviets, do they care if Sweden gets in? They really want to get their area seized things. 4, 5, 9, 10 guys. 2 and 10, and 1 and 10. 1 and 10 is very bad. 2 and 10 is good. 3 in 10 is diluting the cup. So that means a 50% chance of getting what you want or a 50% chance of things going not the way you like. I'm going to take the 50-50 shot. And I pulled the political failure. Which means the Germans are going to say, yes, thank you very much. I will take Sweden. And we will set up the second army here. And we will set up the first army here. And we will set up the fourth army to sit in Stockholm for kicks. And the third army will go up here and take that when time comes. And we will confirm this. Wow. 1 in 10 chance. I got it. I don't think I want to do anything here. Oh, fair? What month is it? It's March. I have a fair turn. Yeah, we think we need to do this. I'm gonna take out Norway. I think we take out Norway. I'd have to use my surprise attack marker though. Yeah, I think I do. All right, we're gonna go for Norway right now. All right, this is a dilemma for the Allies. You've got to put something in here because you can't have them just walk in because you have three willpower, so you can't lose your capital. But you can't let them grab 2 cities up here because normally when Sweden's not in the war, the play is to put here and here, right? This is the normal thing you do to try and prevent anything. But we can't do that here. We've got to put this guy, because we're in fair weather, this guy's got to be here, I guess. I'm not gonna declare war or anything else. I got enough on my plate here. I'm not gonna give any. I need to give points to Sweden because I need to be able to move 3. Okay, so we're going after Sweden. I'm not gonna help the other guys. France, Norway. Nope. Strategic move with the Axis. Let's save the point and get this guy down here. I might be going after Bulgaria next in April of 40. Yeah. Okay. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I think I might. I think I just might. Okay. The West. What can the West do? Is there anything the West wants to do? Yeah, I think we're done here. I don't see any good moves. Soviets. I don't think there was anything worthwhile doing with the Soviets either. Oh, okay. Okay. We're gonna do this. First things first. Let's just do this. So the second lift moves here. And then if he's at -4, -3, and I would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, -2. So it's +2. So 2 for the German, 2 for the airplane, 2 for the fleet. That's 6 -2 is a 4. So it'd be a +4 to a -3. +4 to a -3. +4 to a -3. I'm popping something up that I'm not showing you, but there is a 100% chance I will get at least a DR if I use everything. Okay. So I'm going to show you the traditional way of doing this. So the normal way to do this is this way. I don't really need to do it this way this time around, but I'm going to do it anyway. So first off, you take the surprise marker, click on the C zone, say, I want to put it in the C zone. Thank you very much. Then you take your that's why I had to have my airplane up there. Take your airplane and drop it on there. Then you take this guy and you say naval transport, or no, then you say amphibious invasion. And then you say, yes, I want to have this thing confirmed as my escort. And then you attack that hex. And then you add in your airplane. Now, if you look at the combat results table, I'm going to get him to at least retreat. If you throw in a ground support, I'm still going to be able to get him to retreat. So there's no reason to waste the ground support. Save it for Belgium. Okay? Confirm attack. Commit. I got a DE. Didn't matter. That's my advance after combat has to be there. Okay? And I will place a marker in Finland since I can. And then I will just leave the fleet here. That's not where I'm going to leave it permanently, but that's where I'm going to leave it for now. And now I can just have this guy run over here, grab this. Garrison grabs this and runs down the road. And this guy hello. I gave you points so I could move you. What am I? Oh, I didn't finish him. Thought I clicked on him. Sorry. And then I clicked. I gave him an extra point so I can get you to move, like almost all the way to there. The British can still come this way if they want. And then the most important thing is going to be if the paratrooper survives. Right? Now, do I have anything else to do with the Germans? I really don't think I have anything else to move. Right? I don't have anything else to move. I'm going to get to be able to build them a garrison next turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. I probably should have gone after Bulgaria too, but I'm trying to save that for the future. Yeah, I think we're done. Now, the reason why I'm not putting him all the way up here is because that's clear terrain. I guess I could go there. He can't really invade me there. Oh, but then he could rail the following turn to there. Yeah. Go like that. All right. I think I'm done. Get my aircraft fixed up. Pull another shit. Okay, now the West has to make a decision. Normally, if it was just doing the Norway and there was no Sweden, normally you would see the French and the British try to get some stuff in here somewhere. Usually the British would go into Trondheim because it's a direct threat of taking out Oslo, and it makes the Germans have to deal with it. But there's nothing really here. The only place I can go are places where I can get isolated, and then I can run into that same problem I ran into in Denmark. And having the BEF up here when we're going to be going into April and then May can be fair. I really want to have the BEF down here to hold on to Calais and or Antwerp or something. So I'm not going to go up there. Do I really want to put? Do I want to put a front line up here for the Germans to destroy, or what? That's the question. I think we'll try to put a bit of a front line. We're gonna go forward defense. Probably the wrong thing to do. Okay. Until Belgium's in the war, we can't do much more than that. I might send him into Antwerp rather than the British to try and defend it. I have to be mindful of the Italian pull, and if it gets to be too much, I might have to send this guy. That's why I have the 10 mover over here. I might have to send him down here to protect some of these cities. I don't know. All right, that's what we're gonna do. Supply all. Yes, supply him. Soviets. Do we have anything to do with the Soviets? Soviets are annoyed because Finland's there, and that means that's bad. If Finland were to activate, they would not get Viborg, and Leningrad would definitely be isolated when it comes time for the Germans to attack them. The Russians would get a couple armies out of it, but that could be very bad, especially if a German infantry comes over here to try and threaten through the north. He could even send an armor. I've seen Mark Dye do that. Sends an armor and an aircraft up here to try and take out Murmansk and then move his way down. This is bad. Bad, 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 bad for me, bad for me, good for the Germans. I don't think there's anything to do with the Soviets at this point, other than get ready to do the retreat. They really need to get some of these forces. What would really be nice is for the Germans to pull an area seized, and I'd take Karelia, so I at least would get the buffer zone, right? All right, I'm going to pass with the Soviets. I don't really have anything to do. But yeah, they're all supplied. All right, the German replacements with 26, they can replace everything. Still have plenty of points left to do stuff. And they can go ahead and replace their convoy. Okay. The telling tale, 4, 8, 9, 10. So it's a 4 and 10 for them to get a pro and a 2 and 10 for them to get an area seized. What do they get? They got a pro axis. Okay. I think it's too good. The Germans have got to take the advantage on the Soviets, right? You got to take the advantage. We're going to take these guys. So the Soviets get to build. Oops, I hit the chat button. I didn't want to hit the chat button. Sorry. Yeah, I just. So Soviets get some infantry. This is bad because this puts him right on my border going to the north. So they're done, and then these guys are going to put real infantry here, real infantry here, and we'll put the 2 garrisons up here as sort of like roadblocks until I can get like real German unit up here. That's going to be disastrous for the Soviets, I think. We got to pull for them to try and get them the last 2 places. No event. They have a political marker. They could try to start getting Turkey, but highly unlikely. That would, if I put one in Turkey, that kind of foils the German plan of bringing in Turkey, because they would have to get 1 for Greece, 1 for Bulgaria, 1 for Syria is 3. But if I take this out, then they have to get 1 for Iraq. So they'd have to get all 4 of them to go, and if Syria folds, they'd only get 3, so they would not be able to get Turkey, so I wouldn't have to worry about my southern front. Or I can prevent Italy. I think I want to prevent them from getting Turkey. So the strategy behind that is that for the Germans to get in Turkey at this point, because of the way things have fallen out, they would have to conquer Bulgaria, take this pro marker out in 1970, conquer Greece, put a pro marker in Turkey. Okay, that's 2. They wipe the British out of the Middle East, not a necessarily sure thing. Declare war on Vichy, France, Syria, and it doesn't surrender, and then conquer it, and then declare war on Iraq to get your last thing, because you need 3 to get this, and now I've made it 4 because they have to get rid of this first. So all of those things have to happen for them to get Turkey in the war. Was that the right decision? I have no idea. But now we're in April and we have severe. So nothing's going to happen this turn. We're not going to declare war on anything in severe. That's not going to work. I don't need to give anybody any points except the Romanians. Do I want to give the Romanians a point? No, because I want to rebuild my surprise attack marker. Right? What do I got in the bucket? Got infantry, got surprise attack marker, and I want to move him. So no, not going to give anybody any money. Nope, they're not going to bother. Strategic move with the Axis. I thought about bringing him down here to hold the center. I'm just going to put him there. So next turn he can go do something. I don't have one for the West that I know of. Nope. Nope. None for the Soviets either. Okay, actions. Speak louder than words, so to speak. You are now the permanent resident of Stavanger. You are currently going to go sit in Bergen. I want you sitting in Malmo. And the reason why I want him in this 2-front port is because he can supply through Sea Zone 12, so I don't have to worry about being intercepted by the Soviets. But he's 1 move away from hitting to Königsberg and then going from Königsberg and doing an invasion up here in Latvia or Riga or something. Okay? So. But I only used 1 point. I'm going to use 20 points to get my surprise marker back. Oh, I didn't check. I did not check in the log. Let's go back. Can we see it in the log? Can I go back far enough? I don't know if the log will go back far enough. Okay. Come on. I'm trying to get to the log to show you what I was talking about. Oh, look at that. The German airdrop was delayed 1 turn, so I already have it back. There is a chance when you use the German airdrop that if you roll a 6, you'll never see it again. So it's always a risk to use it up there, but I got lucky and got it right back. Okay. Usually it takes like 3 or 4 turns, but okay. And I can buy the surprise attack marker this turn, which is April. So May, June, July. In August, I'll have my surprise attack marker, and I will have my airdrop to help me get through France. Okay. Things are looking up for the Germans for a change. Okay. I think I'm going to stop there because I need to have 5. I can't do anything with him. So I need to have 5 to do the thing and get my surprise attack. All right, we're going to pass there. We're not going to do anything else. Supply all. And he's going to go to limited supply this turn. What is the West going to do? They don't have anything to do. We have to decide if we're going to keep this going here. I think we're going to just hang on to this. I'm just going to sit. And as far as I know, Soviets can't do anything over here because the Finns came in, so they can't get this ever. They've got 2 guys left to get, Estonia and Latvia, to get them some more factories. But they'd have to conquer Finland to get the factory in Viborg. And they can't go to war with Finland until the Germans attack them. So that's going to be one guy I won't get right away. Okay. I really don't have anything to do with the Soviets at this point. No, I do not want to do that. Yes. Because what I want to do is I want to build this thing. Then I can build my garrison over here in Germany somewhere. Let's see. What do I need to have? I really want him going into taking over the. No, I'm going to have the. I'm going to have the him do that, aren't I? No, I don't think I want him in the north. I think I'm going to put him more to the south. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 out of 7. Too good for the Soviets, too good for me, and 3, nobody cares. I got up when nobody cares. I got a no event. The West, we're trying to get everything out of the cup at this point. Okay. Which one's next up the line here? Is it Latvia? Latvia. Latvia's the one I need to. Oh, I took Estonia. I'm an idiot. I took Estonia. I wanted to take Latvia. And I didn't get anything. Okay. So now in the Diplomacy Cup, we are 1 no event, 1 area seized, and 2 pro access. So it's definitely a. And we're in poor weather here in April, May. May is poor weather. Do we want to come after them in May? Poor weather, that's a toughie. But you do want to kind of get a jump on them, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 6, 5, 6, 7. We could try to take out the Low Countries. So we'd be go after Frenchmen starting in June. Do we want to try this? Do we? Do we want to try this? Hmm. I think we have to. Yep, West Invaded's going to come up here. So let's go do this. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. First one up is going to be Belgium. Let's see how he sets up. Always do Belgium first to see how he sets up. Because if he puts it here, you might not bother to go after the Netherlands this turn and just try to get the bulldoze through here. Although it probably wouldn't work very well. Because it's poor weather. Yes, that is a problem, isn't it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm not going to have as good a coverage as I'd like. All right. This is what my opponent did before, is he put Belgian guy there, and then he railed somebody into Antwerp. So he had no retreat, which means I had to get a DD or better, which is hard to do. The best I'm going to get is 3, 4 minus 2. I got a +2 to a +1, which is nearly impossible to do, I believe. +2 to +1. Yeah, there's only an 8% chance that it'll work. So if he does this, if you do this with the thought that he's only going to come after Belgium, then you can go here and you can take out the Netherlands and then run around and get him from 2 squares. Yeah, we want him to have to go after the Netherlands too. So yes, we're going to do that. And seeing that, this is the mistake I made in the game I was playing, I need to do this. Now for the Netherlands, there's only one place that you can go to try and survive, and that's this one. It's just plain and simple. You've got to put yourself in this hex. Because you got to cut this off from him going into here. All right, we confirm that. We're done at declaring war. We're not going to give up any points because I need all my points to do this junk I'm going to do. We're not going to give up any points because we need it for responding to whatever the Germans are going to do. I can do a strategic move. I can do a strategic move. Well, I think what I am going to do is I am going to do a strategic move. And I am going to go and send the Nor infantry all the way over. Where do I want to be? In the north or in the south? Or in the center? Probably in the north. Right? Or do I even want to bother doing that one? Is there somebody else that I can get going somewhere? No. No, I don't think so. No, I think all my garrisons, everybody are just about where I want them to be. Oh, I know what I was going to do with him. I was going to have him come back to here. Because then he'll be in supply. And when I do send him over to Finland, he'll sit there at supply, and then my convoy can take care of him. Okay. Now this is where it gets dicey and Lots of schools of thought. I'm going to go ahead and do this. We'll see if it works. The Soviets, I don't think they have one. They don't have anything. It's not at the front. They're going to get a guy in here. Oh, they can move this guy, but I think just move him by. Well, but he can get farther if he goes by rail. So I can move him like all the way down to here. Maybe. Put him in the the reason why it moves so slow there is it's checking your supply with every hex because that's the rules. And it's enforcing the rules. It doesn't let you cheat in any way, shape, or form. All right. Okay, we gotta go over here. This is the important one. 1, 2, 3. We have to attack this one first. You're not moving all the way over. And we have to do an assault. And we have to do it with just one guy. Before we do that, we need to bring our airplanes in here. How far can you get? You can get to here. How far can you get? So you definitely could get to there. So we're going to undo this. I'm going to show you a little trick. So I'm going to move to here. I'm going to declare my assault here, but I'm not going to resolve it at this point. Because then what that lets me do is it lets me bring this airplane down to here. Hello? And lets me bring this airplane. Oh, God. All the way to here. God, come on. Stop that. I'll bring that airplane all the way to here. All my airplanes are at the front now. And this airplane here, before we go any farther, is going to go engage itself with the French Air Force. I'm -1, he's -2. And I'm going to hit him again. -2 to -3. What I'm doing is I'm running this airplane almost all the way down, because I'm only going to use it for one attack. Okay, so he's at -4. Now I'm going to take this airplane and hit him. So I'm -1 and he's -6. So if I roll really good, I can get away with this with just one more sortie. Which I didn't. Okay, that's life. Sometimes you don't make it. Okay. Okay. He should be done now. He's out of there. Okay. So for this attack, we're going to use this airplane. It's only a +2. Yes, he's going to use this. +2 to +1. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Cancel. Cancel. We're not doing that one first. We're trying to break this up here. trying to do this one first. We're going to use this aircraft. So I'm +1 to his -1. Do we want to stay alive? Maybe? So he was forced to retreat. Okay. This is the important part. He was forced to retreat. So I go ahead and take... Stop. Stop. Stop pointing at him. I don't want to point at him. I want to take the hex. Because then what I can do is I think this guy... Dang it. Maybe not you. Is it you? Yes, he can go here. Netherlands is conquered. And I'm going to remove the Turkey thing. Because I don't want him to get it either. That's the only thing I can do with the freebie. And then I have another move here that I can go here. Okay. And then what that lets me do is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe. I think that's enough if I get there. And then I can assault here. Okay. So now when I come out of here, I have a little better odds of getting him. +4 to +1. Still not the greatest odds. Just have to get that DD3, which is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of 36. So a little better than 1 in 6, but not quite 1 in 4. Because I'd need a 9. So just under 1 in 4. So, well, let's see what happens. I got it anyway. I rolled a 6. Oh, my Lord. 6 plus 4 is a 10, and he only rolled a 2. So I got really, really lucky. Really, really lucky. Yes, we'll take the hex. Belgium is conquered. That's nice. The 2nd Infantry, I don't think can actually assault there, but they do need to fill in the hole for next turn. Now I could... Oh, no, no, go back. I know what I was going to do with the 2nd Infantry. I was going to do something else. Undo this move. Oh no, I left the armor there. I'm so stupid. Can I undo? I don't think I can undo the advance. Right? Nope. Can't undo the advance. When you take an enemy city, you can't undo. This game, by the way, is one of the only ones that has an undo function in Board Game Arena. So don't expect that to be available for a lot of your games. I'm not going to bother. If I'd have moved this armored in, I could have brought an infantry in and had this guy add it, so it would have been 2, 3, plus an airplane 4, -2. We could have been 2 to 2 and see if I got lucky with a DR, but that's not going to happen now. So what we're going to do, we got infantry to move up the line here. How much do I have? I have 20. I have 3, 6, 9. And 5 is 14. I don't need to build, do I? 14. I have to save 14 minimum, right? Oh, stop. Yeah, like I'm going to attack the Maginot Line. Stop. And then these guys are holding all right. I've got 18 sitting there. I might have to do some rebuilding here, so I'll put him up front. Okay. All right, we're all stacked up and ready to get pounded. All right. So we will pass. Yes. No. We should be able to supply everybody overland. All right, now they get to add another airplane, which you either have to put it in the south or put it up in the north. Italy's not looking like it's going to come in right away, so let's put it up towards the north. So it can actually help a little bit. And that's what we'll do there. Okay, now the West has the ability to move the Western Desert Force and things. So that's what we're going to do. First off, these guys, we're going to get out of Gibraltar, leave the fort, get on the boat, bring Force Ace with us, confirm the escort, and you are coming here and saying, please intercept me, you twit. I don't think I want to bother. Well, we're going to do it just to see what goes. Just to oh, I have to click on the front of the cord. So you can see my odds are very bad. I could throw in submarines. We're both at -1. Let's try that. Hey, I got through. Not that it mattered, but I got through. Even if I hit him, it doesn't matter. So I'm going to say no more interceptions. And then he goes in there. Now he's going to move these guys to here. So that's my northern invasion force interception. This is my southern one with home fleet. Then we got the French. Have got to do whatever the French are going to do. What are the French going to do? They could attack at 1, 2, 3, 4, and a tank is 5, -2. +3 to +3 to try and cause me pain. I could having the British Air Force over and try to whack the German Air Force too. Hmm. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Why don't we try that a little bit? This might be a bad idea, but we're going to try this. He shouldn't be there anymore. Oh, that's a mistake. He's not supposed to be in that board. He's supposed to go to the board, to go back to the board. Okay. All right, let's hit this guy back here. -2 to -1, probably a bad idea. I got him up. I'm trying to get him above full sorties. Right? Ooh, I got lucky. He's up to 4. So if I hit him again, he'd be at 5. I'd be at 4. Can I pull this off? This could be fun. That's 1. Can I pull this off? I certainly did. And then I'm going to take him and drop him back in London so he can be rebuilt and fight for another day. And then you could just wipe out the German Air Force. Make them do this shuttle early? There's a thought. Is that what we want to do? Okay, I've been at this 2.5 hours. What are we gonna do? Well, let's keep going. Do I want to hit this? No, I think he'll probably fight us in the battle. Because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4. -2 is +2. He's gonna be +3. So it's not gonna work. He's got armors in the front. I don't think it's gonna work. 1, 2, 3. Let's undo this. Let's see what this looks like. So if I were to do, come on, an assault, assault, assault. So the best I could get would be +3, and he would be +4. Oops, I gotta scroll down the map some so I can see this. I'd only have a 3 in 36 chance of getting anything, but no AAs, just ASs. So probably worth it to take the shot. All right, let's just take the shot, see if I can get him flipped. And we fight our air combat here. I got the AS. And then I'm going to use my last sortie here to go ahead and hit him. And just take him out. So now we're at 6s each. So what that did is I managed to, with using the British and French Air Force, I have now negated the German Air Force. So now I'm going to have to do the German air shuffle going forward. Okay? And what I'm going to do here, guys, I'm at about 2.5 hours, so I've got about another 2 hours to go. So I said I would do at least a 4-hour stream. I'm going to put up my Be Right Back screen. I'm going to go get more to drink, basically a hydration break, bio break. I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? So I'll see you in a few. Where's my scene? There it is. Okay, I'm back. Here we are. So I tried to do my thing. Didn't succeed real well, but I also can do down here for the these guys. There is a possibility. This is my dilemma all the time with is Italy going to come in or not and when. If they come in the diplomacy phase, that's fine because I have a strategic move to like solve things. But if they come in like because of the fall of France is when they get their third thing, that's when I need to do preventative work down here. So as of right now, I think I'm okay. Not really, but I think I'm okay. Okay, we're going to pass. We're done, I guess. Yeah. No, I want you to use the fourth convoy. I want you to use that one. And then you can use the French convoy. The Soviets. Well, we're going to get a guy to build in Latvia, right? So we can build a guy in Latvia to move down here towards Riga later. Okay, so I don't think I can do anything with the Soviets. I'm very messed up here because Finland came in. So we're going to have problems. Replacements. That ship should be there. I don't have anything to build. So I could do this one for 3. He shouldn't be there. No, I can't do anything about it. I think there's a bug here. All right, the French don't have anything to build, so they can just go ahead and do this. The British need to save 5. We definitely have to bring back the fighter. 9. And I can bring back 1 transport, which I'll make it be the one up here in the north. Okay, that leaves me enough to buy something, buy the chit. Do something in the diplomacy phase, okay. And the Soviets, where am I going to put this? Oh, I was going to build it here. That's right. Okay, there's no reason for the Germans not to pull. 4 out of 6 chance? They've got to get a plus, right? So they're going to place a marker in Italy because that makes France think hard. And the West is going to pull to see if they can get the last area seized. They did not. They did get one of the Axis things. Now the Soviets have unfortunately have got to try to go make it harder for the Germans to succeed. Okay. And now we are in June of 1940 with fair, so I'm going to have 4 fair turns to go into France. which means the UK, the Western, have problems coming with Italy real soon here. Do I want to go get Bulgaria? Am I really going to try for the trifecta with Turkey? Or do I care? Oh, what did I do with my glass? I'll be right back again. I set my glass down somewhere and it's not here for me to take a drink out of. Hang on a sec. That was the whole point of me going and taking that first break, was to get that. So what do I want to do with the Germans? Do I really want anybody else? Sweden, Romania, and Finland. That's a pretty good batch if I can get Italy to join the party, which I might be able to do with a French knockout. I think we're going to let this go. We're not going to go try and get Turkey. Not till we see how it goes in France. I might have some bad luck in France here, and then I'll be overcommitted. Pretty sure I can take out Bulgaria fairly easily. I'm going to set up the Romanians to help take out Bulgaria. That's what I'll do. Okay. We'll set up for this turn. Maybe we'll do it in July. No, we're not going to do anything in France. British are like, no, not this turn. And now we actually have our first strategic combat because I actually invaded the West. So we're both at +0, so it's just a matter of die rolls. Increase. So Germany lost a factory. So I'm going to be having even less production points next turn. Wonderful. Strategic move with the Axis. I don't really want to go commit to there, so we're going to say, oh, I'll just do this as a commit, as a strategic move. Just say I did one. There you go. There, I'm done. The West. What do we want to do? Can't really take this guy off the front because this thing could come in, and then I would have a big hole that I can't fill, so I can't do that. I stuck where I'm at right now. I think I'm just going to have to stay put and take my lumps. I'm going to get crunched. I'm going to get crunched quite a bit. Okay. I don't see a good Western strategic move at this point. And I know there's not one for the Soviets. Okay, comes the Axis. Now we've got to do the shuffle. That's what I call it. So this guy here goes here. We got to go a little bit more because we have to get our butts into Poland. So we go into Poland. Now we've fulfilled the Eastern, so we can take this guy. And he flies to here. This is some tactics that you can use in your own game when you're playing this. And then he's going to fly all the way to here. Okay? And now this guy here can hit this airplane. Confirm. Commit. Nope. Commit, I said. All right, so we cleared that out. I am going to take a chance here. I'm going to have this guy hit here. Because I'm at 0 to his -4, so I might get a DR2, which I did. So that now leaves me 2 sorties from this guy and 3 sorties from this guy. So I have 5 sorties I can use on my attacks. And we're going to start the attacks here. At Sedan, like we should. And we will use the rearmost airplane. We need to try and hold Sedan, so +5 to +3. No effect. Well, we need to try and take this, so we're going to do it again. We will use the rearmost airplane. +5 to +1 this time. And we did get the retreat. So we will take Sedan. But rather than pushing southward, we're going to actually start going this way first. Now, right now we're +4 to +1. We've got cities to come, so I need to save my airplane for cities, I think. All right, so we're just going to try and push him. All right, now he's got to try and make sure that things don't get isolated. So I guess he has to go here. And then he's going to come out here, and he's going to attack. Which way? 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 Which way do I want to go? I think I want to go this way. Okay. Now we're going to go behind the river. And then I have to be very bold to think that I'm going to actually stay in supply if I go there, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stay where I'm at. I'm not that bold. What we do want to do is we want to try to take out Lil. Because then if we get this retreated far enough, we get this guy in isolation and the infantry might be able to take him out. And I might be able to get an infantry to push this guy at +2 to +1 a couple times. Just to kind of widen the breach. Right? Playing somewhat conservatively here. +5 to +1. How do we do? No effect. Ouch. Rolled badly. All right, I got to do it again. Like I said, there's important cities here that have to be taken. I got to retreat. Now he's got to choose. All right, we're going to go here to try and keep the... do I want to try and kill him? I've got 2 movement points left. No. I'm going to save the airplane for Antwerp. Just trying to get a retreat. Uh-oh. Yes, I'm connected to the intercept. So I'm going to try and do a reload here and see if it's going to come back for me. I'm having trouble connecting to Board Game Arena. This may end sooner than I thought. Yes, they're having problems. Yes, I'm definitely having problems. Trying to get it to reload. There we go. Yep. Ooh, I got a DD. So I am going to go here, and I'm going to attack him because if I get even a DR here, he dies. And I got a no effect. Of course I got a no effect. What made me think I would ever not get a no effect? This guy's now isolated, so I can actually have this guy here. Here's the first. Hello. Oh, I have to say he's done. Sorry. First, infantry. Hello. You're going to attack into here. First attack, you're going to use the airplane because you're +5 to +1. And we got a big split, so we blew them up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you can get 2 attacks in there. He can come here. Yeah, he's going to come here. That's the second, I'm sorry, not the first. 1, you're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He's got 2 attacks. Try and take this guy out. +2 to -1. No effect. He's holding on. The second French is finally defeated. It held off a panzer and an infantry army. Do I need to go up here? I think I do. Because we're going to have to try and get this guy next turn. What we got here? This is the first. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. I could have the first come here. He's only going to be attacking at +2 to +1. So not likely to actually make him move. Nope. Because like if you look, here's the combat results table. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stop me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. About a 1/3 chance of actually getting him to retreat or more. Not the greatest chances. Yeah, see. A couple bad die rolls and you're done. I still can attack him again. Okay. Yeah, I've got 3 attacks. That's right. 3 times I just couldn't get the splits. We were real close on die rolls all the time, so that's the way it goes sometimes. You can't always win them. So I do need to get somebody to plug this 3, 4, 5. Hello? 4, 5. And I could try to force myself into the French. Fighting the British is silly. And I think it's like +1 to +1. Yeah, we'll take the chance. No effect. I didn't think so. All right. We've got these things held up. Got 18 left. I have to save 5 for pulling stuff. Right? Oh, there's a political failure in there. Maybe I don't want to save anything to pull. Because that's a 1 in 6 chance of pulling a political failure. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to want to pull anything. That ship shouldn't be there. Well, 3, 6. Where do I want to be to try and get through next turn? I don't want to be here. Oh, no, 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 no. No. You've got to sit on Antwerp. Because he's getting a surprise attack marker soon. Right? Doesn't he get a surprise attack marker next turn? Certainly does, Ollie. He's going to have more aircraft. Thinking British. Always getting in the way of what I want to do. So you, German 8th, you are now home for a while. Put the 12th there. Okay. I've got the points to do it now, so I think I'm going to. He's going to go here. You're going to go here. You're going to go here. Okay. Got 8 left, which is 2 airplanes and the thing. Yes. Pass. Okay, now what do I do with the West? What do I do? I probably want to get behind the river. Right? I don't have a lot of good defenses here. That's one of the reasons why I don't like putting the French forward like that. Like Sedan, Lille is fine, but the one in Antwerp and the one and the one that was in this space, they shouldn't have been there. I still would have lost 2 guys like I did, but I would have these guys already in position. So I've even been known to just like give up this whole front line as soon as the Germans like get to that line, and then they say that they get the fair weather like that. I'll just like pull the guy in Lille out and just say that's it, we're gone. You only lose the guy in Sedan. So I'm not sure where this guy needs to go. I guess I'm going to put him on this side. We're just going to get swamped over here. I can move you. Italy's likely coming in. So what do I want to do about that? Do I want to be sitting in Alexandria? If he comes in the diplomacy phase, what you have to worry about, this is just tactics. You put a they put a garrison here, and if you're way up here, they can put a garrison up here and put like fleet. They can put a convoy and an airplane and their fleet here. And then you're like, oh, they're going to do an invasion behind enemy lines. And you can't get there. And what that does is if that's like in a combat, like I conquered France and I get Italy that way, that means Italy still gets to take its turn because the turn's not over. That means you could set that up and have Italy invade and take Alexandria. The airplane comes down and just pounds on Med Fleet to make it ineffective in stopping your invasion. And you drop a surprise attack marker and invade Alexandria, and you've cut this guy off. And he's got to come back and fight a really hard battle. You know? Can't win for losing here. Is he going to conquer France this turn? There's 14 points to get. He can get 4, 6, 6 easy, maybe 8, 9, 10. I don't think he conquers them here in July. I think it's going to be August that they fall. I'm not going to sit on the frontier. I am going to move him back to Alexandria. I don't want to take the chance. Gives this up to the Italians, but that's the way it's going to have to be. When I build that second airplane, I think I'm going to build it in the Western Indian Ocean. Yeah. Okay. Why do you have to use that convoy all the time? It's so inefficient. Excuse me. I had to sneeze. Oh dear. Okay. Soviets. Things are getting dicey in the West. You're about to lose France. What do we do? What do we do about losing France? Sir, sir, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, if I take you, I'll put you in Minsk. Illness, you're gonna go here. And then you're gonna go here. And that's something. I did something. I moved. There we go. Supply all. Replacements. Now, do I want to actually pull something out of the bucket? So 1 in 6 chance I get a political failure and then Italy is set back, right? There's also a 1 in 6 that he gets his last area seized. There's a 2 in 6 that I activate Italy now. Or do I just pass it and let them decide? They're just going to stuff no events. An area seized in a no event and a no event, no event. So they'll have 4 by 6, 7 things that won't help me to my 2 that will. But I really don't have that many more allies or anything that I want to get unless it's something like a Turkey, which I'm not going to get for the normal way of getting allies. Because it won't be adjacent to anybody active. Don't know. I do have 2 guys to build. 2 guys and 6 is 8. Okay, so you for sure. You for sure. You guys are the we need to take care of the French Air Force people. I've got to remember to. I don't understand why he's still here. He shouldn't be here. Okay. I've got 2 guys and then 5 for diplomacy. Do I want to do diplomacy or do I want to just build back airplanes? I could build back another airplane and skip diplomacy this turn. I think I got to take the chance on diplomacy, so we'll do this because this is the way I normally would play this game. I'm not gonna try and get cute. All right, the West, we need to leave 5, so 3, 6. He still has 8 left, and he has an airplane to build, right? And an airplane to build, so that works out right. So he has exactly 5 left to do that. And then the French just do their thing because they can't build guys yet. Let me confirm that. And then I've got 2 guys to build. So we're going to build I think one down here. I'm gonna build one. No, I'll do that. You guys have got to go on garrison duty. So yeah, you go into you go into convert. And then you are going to build this. Normally I would build it in England, but I think I'm going to be dealing with Italy. And I want to have an airplane here in the Middle East. And then I said I was going to pull with Germany, whether it's good or bad. I'm going to do it. I got a pro axis. Okay. Decisions. Do I want to give... Oh, let's go do it. I'm not going to be able to finish the game anyway, right? At least not in this stream. Come on. Give me Italy. Go set up Italy. I'll show you how I would do it. Now, if this was a war scenario, like if I was still moving, I would have put, and this guy was still up here, I would have put an infantry, a convoy, a fleet, and the airplane all sitting in Rhodes, and they would have invaded to take Alexandria and screw up the Western Desert Defense Force. But he didn't do that, so we're not going to do it that way. The 7th is permanently going to go die in Rhodes someday. The 6th is going to go into there. The 5th is going to go live in Tobruk. The 11th is going to guard Tripoli. The 9th is going to be here. And the 10th is going to also be here. It's going to be out on this end. Do I put the Italian Air Force there or what? Okay, first convoy, first fleet. You go into Tripoli. Hmm. Now there's an interesting problem. Hmm. Interesting. So I actually want you here. I want you here. I want you right there. You. I'll just sit in terrazzo. The real question is, what do I do with the air force? Right? So I put the air unit down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't get here to attack him. The British turn, he's going to have an airplane come here. So I want to set up behind this rock formation here and here for my 2 Italian moves. So do I take the air and try and take out France right away? Just try and end France as fast as possible? I think that's the play. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't get any French aircraft, but I can be sitting here. Which one? Which one? Which one? So I put them there. All right, and then this fleet is going to go probably at Benghazi. Huh. I don't know if that's a good layout or not. But that's what we're going to try. Now they get stuff. Now, many Frenchmen forgets to do this. I don't. Syria goes there. Syria does not go to Syria. Nothing will defend Syria. Syria is pointless. Down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He can get an attack into Gapes, which is a victory point. So you have to decide, does this guy belong in going after the Italians, or does he belong going back to France? In my humble opinion, he belongs going after the Italians. Okay? And then these 2 guys are pointless. However, these 2 are very pointed, very important. One must start here, and one must start here. So you start one on a port in case you need to, depending on what happens with the Italians and stuff. If you need to shift over here, pick this guy up and ship him off someplace, great. Otherwise, these guys just run down the road. And from here, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Although he's going to put himself up there, I can get to here. And this spot here is a good place for you to hold up with your garrison and then bring the other garrison down here by Suez to keep it from being a, getting no enemy zone control, and then he moves through and grabs things. He can't do that. Most he can do is Cairo. All right. All right. I think that's what we're going to do. Now I get to do my emergency shipping. And this is where I think I'm going to move the French one here. And then they can choose to pull or put. I know the Soviets really want to get that area seized, but I do not want to give a political failure does what to us? Maybe starts a Spain or a Turkey in Germany's favor? Okay, I don't care. I'm going to try and make it easier for the Soviets to get their thing. And the Soviets are going to say, okay, we're taking the chance. 2 out of 7. And they got the area C, so all they can take is Latvia, so they got the last one. So we didn't get 1 out of 6. We did not get Karelia. And now the Western Allies will just be pumping things in there to make it harder for the Germans to do things. We're in fair weather July. Right, are we July? We're in July. Okay. I might get through the fall of France. July 1940. Does there anybody I really want to attack? Now, if you wanted to do a short game, this is when you would have to declare war on the Soviets, which would be a very bad thing because I don't have anybody set up to do that. And I forgot to set up the Romanians to do their thing last year, to taking out Bulgaria. So that's going to have to wait till August now. Okay. I'm not going to. And I'm not going to. And do I need to give anything to France? I have 14. I think they're still okay. And we're back to this, +0 to +0. Okay. Now we're both back to full. We'll always have at least one -1 thing there. Now I could strategic move one of these garrisons. Here to back up the Italians. He does have a surprise attack marker. So if he wanted to invade with Malta or something, he could. So maybe I will put a German garrison unit for now down here at Trento. You can do a strategic move. All right, we're allowed to do a strategic move. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the 10th here to try and slow down the Italians. Or do I want to move it further up? You're right. No, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7, 8. So they can't get any farther if I get through that. Okay. Yep, that's what we'll do. And the Soviet Union. Oh boy. I'm going to get another unit to build to the north, so I guess this guy needs to come to the south. I don't know what I'm going to do here. Depends on how well France holds out. All right, to France we go. All right, we've got French aircraft. Oh, that's what I didn't do. I am so stupid. I am very stupid. I left this airplane here. I wasn't supposed to rail that garrison down there. I needed to get this airplane out of here. I really screwed up. All right, I got to do it this way then. This is really bad. He's got to fly here. I messed up. Big time. I'm not going to be able to do the breakthrough I wanted to break through. Move there. You. Come back here. So I'm not going to have the air power to finish this off, am I? I'm dumb. Oh, God. I rolled poorly. I rolled very poorly. It's bad. So I have 3 sorties I can use. So I think I got to take the big one first. Right? So we got to try to take Paris first. Because that's going to be all my attacks for that armored unit, I think. Well, I'm just going to use the tanks, obviously. I still got to retreat. Okay. In this case, we have to try to keep cohesion. Because he's going to get this. He's going to get this attack. Is it +4 to 1? Do I want to try and get rid of him? Yeah, I'll save 1. All I got was a DR. All right, I can go to here. Gotta get him. I gotta get him to move away. Okay, he can retreat. He wants to go here because you don't want to give him an attack into the city. Now he's got to push me and then move into the city. The tank does need to move over here because I need to zoom in a little bit for you guys. I've only got one really good attack with the armor against the BEF. So I have to have these infantry do other things. Right? Maybe do an assault here. All right, let's have the Italians. So I can get 1, 2, 3, 4, +3 to +1, or I can do an assault to try and make sure I get pushed. So it'd be +3 to +1 and then +1 to +1. And then the assault would be not enough. Huh. Not sure what to do here. What I should have done is I should have moved this Italian airplane up. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I could have moved the Italian airplane up to here. And then it could take care of the enemy. I'm so stupid sometimes. I really am missing things badly. Okay. He's gonna go here. Attack here. +1 to +1. Not likely to work. Oh. Ooh, I got a DD. I think it wants to go here. If I don't get the BEF out of there, I'll be out of supply and I will die. So I can't do that. I'm gonna go with the airplane. I failed. Damn. All right, so we're going to be held on the Marne. Looks like. All right. Yep. Okay. So now we've got the tank. Comes here. He can attack. He's +5. They have to put in all their stuff so that it's +5 to +5. With no effect. I attack again, and now it's +3. +5 to +3. I get a DR. And he has another attack. So I could do the retreat thing and go back to Cherbourg or Le Havre. Le Havre would require him to fight me in the future, holding on to more of France's cities. But if I go to Cherbourg, I can move to block him at Nantes. In front of Nantes. And keep him out of Brest. I think I would put him in Cherbourg. And he's going to take this. He's going to move to here. Now, he does have some people that can come and get me. So 5, I got 10 production points I can spend. I have nothing to build. So that would be the 3 aircraft and anything that I get knocked over. The Italians really don't have a good attack here, so I'm just going to do this. +3 to +1, no effect. Okay. And then we go down here. +1 to -1. Do I get him off the mark? No, I did not. This would be -1 to -1. Yeah. No effect. Okay. That's fine. I'm just gonna regen my convoy anyway. Yeah, you're gonna have to go here. Just hold. Oh no, I can't do that. Because he has a surprise attack marker now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. Okay. Where are we going now? Welcome, welcome. Say hi in chat. Those of you sitting there watching. Okay, now comes the fun part. Supply in the Middle East. All right, you're going to go to Tripoli. Nope, that was not who I wanted to go Tripoli. You go Tripoli. Do I really want the UK fleet to spend itself going after him? I would say no. I want to save my points because I want to get my airplane in here. All right. So what I need to do is you to go here. You enable transport. Come back to Suez. And the 9th is going to move to here. All right, now I gotta go France. What am I gonna do in France? About the only thing I can do in France is to try and hold the line. Do I have a couple guys being built in France? I have 2 infantry. Infantry? Yeah, they're both infantry. So I need to save 8 for 2 aircraft and the 2 infantry, 9. So 7, 8, 9. So I can spend 5 movement points, 5 points to move around. Well, if I build a guy back here, oh, the British are going to move the BEF. So the French can build in Vichy and Dijon, right? So I would want to have he's going to get by the ports. That's not where I want the British. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's too far. Undo. I don't want the British that far. I need to have the British here. They have to be within range of their aircraft. So they aren't going to be stopping that. So I'm going to build a Frenchman here and a Frenchman probably in Dijon or Vichy. So the question is do I let the first hold this or do I try to keep this river line intact as much as possible? Two, 4, 6. How much do I have left? I have 8. So he can get 3 cities kind of quickly. He breaks in the north. And you get 3 kind of easily in the south. He breaks in the south too. Right? 1. I can get 1, 2 there. Dijon's got to be one of the ones he wants to get, and then he needs a 4th city somewhere, so I've got to try and stop the 4th city stuff. Okay. 1 and 1 is 2 minus 2. No. Do I want to try and take on the Italian at 0-0 for luck? I think I want to go do that. I'm gonna take a look. I'm gonna take a long shot. Oh, it's not a long shot. He's got an airplane. Tate's got an airplane. Yeah, we'll just stop there. What do I do? I think I need to. What's my supply line look like here? You've got 2. You've got 2, and I have 2 guys left. So they're both going to go to 3. Okay, both going to go to 3. I want to keep these guys all in supply till I can deal with these Italians. All right. I really don't have anything I can do with the bloody Soviets. I'm in trouble. Okay. All right, the Germans can replace 3 airplanes. Did I? I keep forgetting to get rid of this thing. All right, they were just going to do this and this. The Germans were going to have to, they're going to be in trouble. Because they're not going to have enough aircraft to do this. Yep. They got 6 left. Do they need to pull the thing from the thing? No, they don't. You know that? They don't need to pull that this turn. They need another airplane. They're going to do their other 2 airplanes and get things started here. And the French. Airplanes first. And they still have enough left to build their 2 guys. Yep. Okay. The BEF, definitely. Got to get fighter command up. We need to get the first RAF up. And I need to get at least one of these convoys down here fixed. So I'm not going to be able to pull this turn. Okay. And the French are going to build their infantry. Think I said I was going to build one in Nantes. And then the other one, was I going to put it in Dijon or Vichy? I'll put it in Vichy. There's choices of which way to go. All right. And you are going to go over here to the north or to the south? To the north or to the south? You don't have good enough coverage no matter what you do. You don't have enough units. Let's put you in Kiev. So I figure out what to do with you. Okay, so the only person who can do anything is the Soviets. They don't have any more areas to pull because the one that they didn't get is Karelia, so they can't pull that and get it. They can't get any kind of political success. So what they're going to do is they're going to drop in a couple of novens. That's what they're going to do. And now we are in August of 1940. August of 1940. Okay. We're not going to declare war because I keep forgetting to set up the Romanians. Confirm. France is down to 12. Britain's going to give France a point. All right, we're at our 0-0s. Germany lost one. I'm losing the U-boat war. Definitely not getting ahead. Strategic move, huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. They move him back to Bucharest, and I can have him railed there. Definitely do not want to be railing. This is bad. This is bad. This is very, very bad. Things are going not right. I keep forgetting to move. I really wanted to have the Romanians sitting here on the border and then saying, okay, we'll declare war on Bulgaria this turn. We'll just go get it. You know. Troubles on troubles. Okay. We will just waste our move here. Because I only have one production point with them, so I can only move one guy down. So that's why I'm doing that. For the West, France, is there anything you can do that would be cute? I don't know of anything that would be cute at this point. I don't know anything that the British can do that would be cute either. No, they just gotta hold that. Hold the Alamein with the 10th. Right? Nope, I don't see a country's movement with you. And I know I don't have one with the Soviets. Okay, Germans. Alright, we've got to do things here. First things first. We need to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, we need to have the airplane in the back. Hit one of these. One of these. Trying to see if I get lucky. At -2 to -4. If I roll like a 6, I can get a DR2. Nope. Okay. Very annoying. Okay. So I have supply lines. Now I just need to bust through here. Don't have a lot. I need to use my airplanes for these guys to try and push this way. Right? So I really need the armor to try and push through. Oh boy. Okay. Coastal armor. Stop. Gonna have to use the airplane. We gotta break that river line. And he knows that, so he needs to hold that river line. And he got retreated. So now the retreat's the thing. Alright. I can have someone else come take that city. That's what I needed to see was DD. And that's bad for me because I need to get behind a river now. I have to get behind a river. This is going to be bad. Oh, I got lucky. I got to retreat. So I get behind a river. He still gets one attack at me. Only +3 this time. I got the DD. Which is... okay. I don't think I want to cross the river. Because I'm not sure I would be in supply if things don't go right. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll get 2 attacks to try and take ants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, you need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Right? Okay. Let me make sure I can do this with these people from the back. So he can get to here, which is important. So now he's down to 5. And then you can go take Le Havre. Hello? You go take Le Havre. Put the airplane, I don't know, in Vichy. Doesn't matter at this point. And you can actually get out of Le Havre to go here. Then we can have the 7th try to attack his guy. Throw the airplane in here, see if we can break this river. Nope, not with an AS. You're not going to break that river, dub-dub. You ain't breaking that river. All right, this tank has got to go here because we can't have him retreat across the river. And then I only get 2 attacks at him. +3 to +3 to -1. No effect. +3 to -1. Thunder retreated. I will not be in supply if I take that. I have to move somebody up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, okay. We'll take this. Just because. And then we're going to do some shuffling along here. You will have to run all the way to here to make supply line. I got to do some supply line stuff here. And if I put you here, now everybody's going to be in supply. Now I have to do something to plug this hole, which is a little bit dangerous, but we're going to do this. We're going to attack. Attack. +1 to +1. Do I get a retreat? I got a defender retreat. Oh, very interesting. Well, I definitely don't want to go into Dijon because I don't want anybody to get here and attack me, right? One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. I wouldn't be able to get to Dijon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, they would. Do we go all in on this? Do we go all in? I think we do. It's not only going to be a +1 to a +1. It's not going to work. Be a 5 to a 5. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I wouldn't make it. I would not make it if I go all in on this. I think I have to go across the river, no matter what. And I think I will take... Doesn't have anybody that can properly invade here. So I'm going to put this guy here. I'm going to move you here. Which gives me 3 airplanes again. The Talons have problems. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're going to try this. We're going to throw the tank and the airplane +4 to +1. With no effect. Let's throw the second attack with the airplane. See if we get a retreat. Ooh, I got a DD. And if I go here, the airplane can't reach, right? 1, 2, 5, 6. It can't reach me if I go here. So I got to go there. But and I will be out of supply next turn. Unless I move away. Right? -1 to -1. Let's see if I get lucky and get a DR. No effect. Okay. Yeah, out here I don't have any attacks. And he's going to be coming at me. So do I retreat? I think I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, I go back here. Say no thank you. And this guy going to go back to here and say no thank you. Okay, I think we're done. Nope, nope. I have a Romanian to move. I keep forgetting to do this, damn it. Get down here. I can go after Bulgaria next turn. Bum you. I'm going to run out of fair weather before I can do anything about it. That's the best I can do there. Because basically it's going to be a boom and a boom and a boom and like assault to conquer Bulgaria. Right? Do I really want to go do conquering Bulgaria? How many guys do I? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to be at 7 anyway, so I might as well go to 8, 9. Right? It's like if you're going to go to 7, you might as well go to 9. If it comes down to it. Okay. That's all I can do there. I tried to get lucky, and I didn't get lucky early enough. But I got in that DD the first time. And I might have had like 2 attacks to try and get a lucky die roll and get rid of him. Which would have conquered France. Because that would have been 1 willpower. That's why I took the shot at it. I could get up to +4, +3 to +1. I don't think that'll do it. Not worth spending it. I think we're done. Once again. I think we're done. I can move. I can move this guy. To like Calais. In case he has any ideas of dropping like one of these, this Gibraltar guy on something. I'm trying to dissuade him from doing things like that. Okay, we're done. Confirm. Supply all. Okay, he's got to be limited supply. I leave him at limited supply. You guys will take it up to 4. Trying to not risk the convoys at this point. And then it's like, if you want to come hit me for supply purposes, go ahead. And I think this time I am going to do it. Because I do that. I'm going to make that thing not be able to do anything. Nope. Aha, I got through. Haha, I got through. All right. What am I going to do with the West? Try to break through down here in the Middle East. I guess. Airplane would have to move up to here, and then he would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He retreats to here. 7, 8, 9. Then he comes in here for me to be cutting off his guys. Right? Is that what I'm trying to do? I think. I mean, I could try to invade somewhere. I could do that. So I want to use my surprise attack marker. Could do that. Could invade Benghazi. Would cut off all the troops to the front. Well, I don't think France is going to last another turn. That was something I should have done last turn. I should have brought this fleet down here. Put it like Gabe's to intercept this. I don't see me getting back any points from the Germans anywhere. Right? I don't see me getting anything back from them. I don't have anything I can build. We've got to stop him from moving into Dijon. He'll just advance into there. One, two, three, four, five. Six. That makes him have to attack me at minuses. That's the best thing I've got going for me here, I think. Actually, where could you get to? Nope. Not where I want to be. One, two, three, four, five. Damn. Wrong place. Uh-oh, I'm getting stuck on my server again. Welcome, welcome. Say hi in chat. This is my celebration for 400 subs. This is the game that first got me putting things on YouTube. I want to save the tanks for down there. So +3. Oh, he's +4. There's like no chance. Oh dear. Well, if we're trying to prolong France, we got to throw the tanks in up here. I got to defend a retreat. It's not going to matter. Why am I doing this? It's not going to matter. Because he's just going to go there. I just realized I have nothing defending here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. You need to be. You might go there. You need to be like right outside here. We're gonna try and see if we. How did I do this? I'm not gonna bother doing this. So do my 2 airplanes or my 2 guys and an airplane. Yeah, that was dumb. I mean, I'm up to 3 willpower, but they can just kind of blow by me. They have many ways of getting to getting to cities. So we're done. Oh, why didn't I do the UK and the Med? Oh, because I used everything up here. That's right. Okay. Oh, I don't know how much of this I can undo. I forgot to move the Frenchman. Come on, undo, undo, undo. I don't know if I can undo this. It's giving me problems. Well, France has held out about as long as it usually does. It usually holds out until summer, till September. Kind of like this, with like 1 or 3 hit point things left. Oh boy, it's not letting me get back here. Yes, you still have another action. This guy is going to run back here. Run away from the Italians. I'm in the West. Was I going to go ahead and do this? No, I don't want to assault. I don't want to assault. I just want to attack. It's a DR. So he would go here. No, he can't. He can't. He can't. So if I go here, I'm cutting him off, forcing him to attack me. End your turn, you dumb piece of shit. And then you, the 9th, moves up to here to keep me in supply. And now we've got him being cut off. One guy can get out, the other guy can't. The other guy's got to attack his way out. Okay. That's what we want to do. Okay, now we do supply all. And oh, we might as well keep them all in supply. We're going to dock this turn anyway. They'll die in supply anyway. I really don't have anything to do with the Soviets. I moved this guy in Kiev up, but where would I put him? Like here? I guess? I don't know. I'm really confused on what I should be doing here. Okay, voluntary elimination. You. Eliminate that unit. For some reason, it didn't get taken off the board, so I don't know where it's going to end up now. And then that's going to be it. I don't have anything I really want to get rid of. It's going to all die anyway. And no, I'm not going to do that. Replacements. The Germans have 4 airplanes that they can do. So they will do the 3 at the front. The Italians will do theirs. They can do both of their... Oh, they can't do him. That's right. Okay. But they wanted to make sure they got their convoys down. The Germans can do 1 more airplane. Germans can do 1 more airplane. I guess we'll do the first lift. Okay. And that's them this turn. And then these guys can do 1 airplane and they're 3 infantry guys. So infantry, infantry, infantry. Hello, infantry. And then the aircraft that's in Vichy. Which one is that? Second air. Okay, the British have 10, huh? But you got to do your airplanes. 3, 6, and I guess here 9. Got to try to keep the Middle East supplied, right? All right, that's them. What do they do? I don't need anything, so I'm just gonna load the cup up. And we are now going into September. September, right? September it is. All right. We might as well go ahead and get Bulgaria going. All right, there's no good way to do Bulgaria. And do that. I mean, there's no good way to do it. Somebody has a good way to set up Bulgaria against this kind of setup. Please let me know. Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the chat. Okay, I think that's going to be it. Germany's not giving up anything. It's already down points. The British are going to give a point to France, but it's not going to matter. And what happens? We're back to being where we started, as if there was nowhere any hits either way. All right. Strategic move of the Axis. Do I have a strategic move of the Axis? No, I don't. Not there. I'm sorry. Hmm. What does Med Fleet look like? It could be trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Yeah, I got trouble. Do I have a strategic move here? I don't see one. I'm sure there is one, but I'm just missing it. I'm gonna let this go. The West for the strategic move. No, I don't really have one either. Unless it's down here somewhere. Well, I could do that. Put this guy in front of him to make him move all the way around me. Or use a surprise attack marker to win. I don't think I have one of the Soviets. Alright, it's up to the Germans to pull this off, I guess. So, there's one airplane here. Can I get him with this one? Yes, I can. Okay, I got him with a DR2. Alright, that means I can go... One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2 shots with an airplane to get him to move. Alright, we're going to do this way, I guess. Let's see if I can get this thing to move without airplane. Oh, he's got tanks. Yeah, I got to get an airplane in here. Okay, so I do need to move one of you airplanes. Like to right here. And I'm going to take the 7th Infantry. I'm going to move here. It's going to attempt to attack you using the 5th Luft, which is the one that's in the back. Confirm the attack. Alright, now, he won't be able to attack me again, but if I use it here, I won't have it for down here. He only has one attack. That one's going to have multiple attacks with the armor. I think I'm going to say go. He got the DR. If I go into here, then this guy gets an attack on me. If I go here, he can't move through. So this guy... needs to get... here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4. And we're going to go into there. Alright, we're going to try this. We're going to attack this way with an airplane. +6. I think he has to use the tank here to get a no effect. But he's got plenty of movement points to do it at +4 to +1. Gets the DD. Push here. Defender retreats. Goes back here because he's trying to protect the city. And it's not going to matter. No effect. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How far can you get? You cannot get to it. Okay. How far can you get? You cannot get to it. How far can you get? So I can get to Porto. I have to find a way to get to Dijon. Okay. You can get to Porto. You guys have got to get to Dijon, which means you have to go to here. 3. So you have to attack here with the airplane. Getting no effect. This is not good. Do it again. With the airplane. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Without the airplane, I get the retreat, which is what I needed. It doesn't matter which way he goes. He's stopped. He's done for. Okay. We want to be on a rail line. And then I can have the first go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, he can't. He's got to go take Dijon. So he's going to go take this. Still has 1 point remaining. Huh? Okay, I don't care. This tank is going to go take Bordeaux. France is conquered. We have to repatriate. You go back. To here. You are an armored unit. You must go outside of Munich. You are an infantry that needs to be very far to the east. Oh, very far to the east. As far to the east as we can go. Like here. Okay. We've done our repatriation. Oh, damn it. I hit the recycle button. I didn't want to hit that. Let's put the 7th Army here. Confirm. Political. Now. I get to place any old political I want, anywhere I want. Anywhere I want. So I could go for Turkey. Right? Well, that was the whole point of going after Bulgaria, was to do this. So let's do that. I've done my thing. I've taken that. If he wants to invade there, let him. I'll get somebody down there sooner or later. You have to go here, because that's a port. We do not have the ability to attack this guy yet, because we're going to have to get our airplanes put back together. We got to come fight this thing over here. Yeah, we're going to try and stop him. Tend to retreat. He couldn't. I go here. I attack here. +1 to 0. No effect. That's the way it goes. I've got one Romanian who goes here and assaults. And I've got a Yugoslav that goes here and assaults. And then this guy is the main. And we can add 2 ground sports to get up to, I think we only had one now. Supposed to be able to add 1 per guy, but okay. So it's +1 to 0 with no effect. And then you will go here. And that's it. Italians. Italians have troubles right here in River City. They don't have to worry about the French no more. So you're going to go back in here because dangerous. You. He's got tanks and stuff, and this guy's going to get screwed. I have no way of getting him in supply. I'm stupid. I retreated the wrong way. A big mistake on my part, I guess. I'm just moving the heck out of the way. I'm so used to D moving my map, and it's not doing it. Well, we made it through the fall of France, September of 40. I don't think I'm going to make it much longer. I'm already 4.5 hours in. My butt's getting sore. No defended +3. No effect. What the heck? I actually got a defender retreat. He does not have the ability to do that. Huh, I'll beat him up. That was a really weird 6-1 split when I was at -1. So now I'm making the British life a little bit miserable. But we've got to pass because we got to rebuild everything. All right, we're done with that. Supply all. Supply. You have to go to no supply because you ain't got none. You're going through Tripoli. I think the British are not gonna go after that thing. If you were supplying something else, you know, like if you tried to supply this, but he's gonna go limited supply Tripoli there. Okay, so the British have to do something fairly drastic. They're about to be wampered on by armored units, and probably some air being built up to come get them. They can't do anything, so they're stuck. I'm kind of stuck here. 3, 4, 5. If I yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this convoy. Take the convoy by itself. I'm going to drop it into London. This is to prevent an air drop, and I'm going to put the fighter command down here in Southampton. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it protects me all the way back this way. And I'm going to hold there because I don't have my armored thing. I'm going to hang on to the surprise attack marker to see if I can use it maybe somewhere in the med. In a not too distant future, but right now I've got to try and figure out how to get myself out of this pickle here. I think I am, if I go here, because he's isolated, I'm at a 0 to his -2. Let's see if we can just get rid of him. Nope. I got a DR, that's good. Now I should be able to take care of him. No effect. Oh dear. That's not good. That means you have to move here. What happens if you just attack? 0 to -4? Finally got him! I took him. Alright. Let me move up one space, I'll do that. But I am going to take the 9th then back to Alexandria. Because that thing's still sitting there and he does have a surprise attack marker. So he might try shenanigans. I don't want to deal with shenanigans. And that's all I'm going to do for the West. Supply. Oh. Obviously. UK4. UK3. UK4. UK4. Pretty soon I'm going to have somebody sitting without supply. And then for the Soviet Union, I really don't have anything to do here. I'm like kind of set up the best way I can be. So pass. Confirm. And they supply all. We have the removal phase, which we're not going to do with anybody. They could voluntarily remove stuff if they wanted, but they're not going to. Same thing with the Soviets. Replacements for the Germans. They have 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Guess what? We're not going to pull in the supply in the thing. We're going to do this. 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 9, huh? Only can do 3, 6. 3 and 6. Okay. These guys, they gotta do the Western Desert Forest. Gotta do first RAF. I only have 6 left, huh? I think I have to do my 2 convoys down here, don't I? Means Fighter Command doesn't have that much, to defend. This is gonna be bad. Only the Soviets can do anything. They have no reason to do anything. And here we are. And we are at the beginning of October with severe in the Med, but doesn't count in the desert. Severe in the temperate zone here, where I'm trying to take out Bulgaria, and poor in the Far East, or in Soviet Union. So this is severe, so it's going to be like these 2 attacking it halved, this guy attacking it halved. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be horrible. So it's like he's going to attack with... I need to be able to have him retreat, don't I? So what I'll probably do is I'll pull this Yugoslav back, and then have these 3 attack with support 1. So it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus 5 halved to 0. Put to 0 to plus 1 halved. Something like that. Anyway, I've been streaming here for almost 5 hours, 4 hours and 43 minutes. There was a little bit of a break there in the middle when I went and got more to drink. I think I'm going to have to stop this here. One of the things that you can do here, I'm playing this in a window because I'm trying to stream it, so you can't see everything. If it was full screen, you might be able to do better. Yeah, see, this has got an actual word. This is a menu, and like you can remove your units so you can see what's under the map and put them back. You can remove markers if something's covering. And then you can save the game and play it. As long as you're playing single player, you can save a game and play. So I'm going to save this game. If there's enough desire for me to like stream this again somewhere, maybe around July 4th or something, around the holiday weekend, if people want to sit and watch it, then I can pick up where I left off and see how far I get. But I think we're going to stop here. We managed to get basically through 12 turns in 4 hours. And that was me doing a lot of hem-hawing and talking a bit and not just playing straight through. When I'm not commenting, I can get myself to the beginning of Barbarossa in that time, in 4 hours. If I'm just playing, just going up, do this, up, do that, up, do this. And just go bang, 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 bang. But I was trying to explain a little bit of what's going on and a little bit about Board Game Arena to try and give you some more access. So I've saved this game. I'm going to go out here to the main website. I said the main website. Let's go to the news. They'll always tell you about stuff that they're putting out, which is kind of neat. If you click on games, here's like sort of the things that I'm interested in. That's my selection. Latest games, trending, who's playing the most of what right now, popular, some of the things that they're pushing, beta games, alpha games, short games, casual, best for 2. For core gamers, these are a little bit more, got more stuff in them. Family games, classics, Yahtzee, Rumson, Hunt, and so on. Turn-based games, and then this is just like all games. You can just scroll through this. So they have tons of games. I don't know how many they have. I have not checked recently on what their count is, but I know it's at least got to be several hundred. Okay? So, and you can click on the types, like if you want to play cooperative in here, or a party game or whatever, or if you just want to play, some games by yourself, you can click here and it'll show you solo ones that are best for 2 players and so on and so forth. So it's really nice. And they do have pretty decent community going here. That's your community that you're building. They do have several good, a good chunk of forums. They do have a forum like for every game, but you only get into that forum if you play the game. So you can't like just jump into anybody's forum without having played the game, which is nice. They do have a very good bug reporting system. It's very robust. You can port up by, game, so on, or if there's something wrong with the website, uh, what are you looking for? Info needed ones, open, the right type. You can say but there's sub things of everything. You can get different reports, like votes that you said that you submitted or you commented on, and you can actually look for specific words if you're looking for a specific word. So there's lots of stuff going on here. I do recommend it for people that, like I said, you can't find anybody around you that wants to play Wingspan anymore. Sign up for Board Game Arena and do that. Board Game Arena is free to sign up initially. There are some games, I believe Catan is one. There's some that are specifically called premium games that the owner of the game said it can only be on the platform for people who are playing it, and then they get like a penny every time the game is played or something like that. I believe the annual fee for it, and you don't get any commercials if you pay the premium price, but I believe the annual thing for me is about 30 some dollars. I don't know what that is in euros, but it's about 30 some dollars for me. And the fact that I can play games here without any interruptions, and I don't have to worry about, oh, it's a premium game, I can't play it kind of thing. I can play them all. So I just don't worry about it. But if you can't afford it, you can still join for free. It's just some games, like I'm pretty sure Catan is one, where you can't play the game because the person who actually owns the IP, or whatever you want to call it, the owners of Catan, they gave permission for it to be put on Board Game Arena, but it had to be only for premium members. And then of that $30 that I pay a year, every time I play a game of Catan, they get, a penny, or maybe it's every player that plays Catan, So if there's a 4-player game of Catan and they get, you know, 5 cents for that or something. I don't know. I don't know what the price structure is. I know it's not a huge amount of money that they would get. A little bit. I think it's like, my guess is it's something like a penny or two per player, and then the developer gets like a penny per game, something like that. So, Unconditional Surrender is not a premium game. I kind of wish that it had been, because it might have gotten our developer to be able to stay with us more often. He's got several other projects that he's working on, and he's very, very good. He did a wonderful job with this, but as we start to we've been finding a few bugs floating around, and I think it's due to Board Game Arena's structure is updating in the background, and the games are not, some of the things that he did to make this game work are not working 100%. Like in our game that I showed you, we had that. No, I don't want to do this. Uh, that's some other game I'm playing. I need to go. 5 hours ago. That's what I want. This one. See, there's definitely something wrong here, in that this should not be here. Because it's not something to build. It's like it's penalty as it goes on the time track. with X amount of sorties on it, and it didn't do that. So over here on the time track, there's no, their submarines worked, but it did not. So, and that's because I stopped it in mid um, interception, I believe. So that's a glitch that who stops mid interception? I was like, well, it's not going to work anyway. I might as well just stop. And now I found a bug, which I need to go probably report, but I'm not going to bother. I'll let people know about it and say if you start with one of these, marker fleets, finish the whole interception. Otherwise, it'll bug out and you won't be able to get it back because there's no price to it. So I'll have to see what it does as far as coming into the game. All right. Anyway, I think that's all we're going to do for today. Thank you, the people that stopped in for views. I wish a few more of you had said hi in the chat, but I understand you're probably having a real life and just seeing what the heck am I doing here. Yeah. So that's going to be it for today. There will be other content that's coming out as I do stream on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on a regular basis. Friday as Gale Goes Forth. It's a modded playthrough of BG3. I'm playing as Gale, bringing everybody. Have extra Adamantine, and I even have the romance mod in there to make sure that my romance with Karlak stays on track. Saturday was a fan pick from my polls, which is another reason to subscribe to the channel and hit the notify bell because you can take part in the polls and tell me what I'm going to do in the next game or whatever. That was a fan pick that I was to play a monk with the Drunken Master subclass. It was like a couple of polls kind of narrowed down what the choices were, and then that was the one that won. So that's what that is. That's an unmodded one, again, in Baldur's Gate 3. And then on Sunday, much to my surprise, people asked me to stream me trying to get the Steam achievement Jack of all trades, which means I'm a level 1 everything. So I'm only in chapter 2 there, so I'm doing that one on Sunday. I'm also doing Xenonauts 2 1.0 drop on the normal difficulty so I can try and talk about things because I was a playtester and I'm also a Kickstarter backer, so I'm trying to give you ideas of how the game plays and things that, reasons why I'm doing things and they don't necessarily always work. What's the other one? I've had phenomenal luck in that particular campaign in that my med bay thing has saved like 5 guys, and usually you're lucky if you get 2 all game. And I got like 5 in the first 7 missions or something like that. It was amazing. It's like of the first 6 people I had go down in combat, 5 of them came back because of that device. So my odds were way, way down. It's only like 30% to get 1, and I got 5 out of 6. So I've since lost another 1 or 2 people now, but I mean, I'm getting near the end game, and it's like now it's more like they don't just kill you; they like obliterate you. I mean, they like erase you with like a fusion explosion or something. There's nothing left of you to save. So those are hard ones to take because it's like, oops, big explosion. I'm not here anymore because it takes all your equipment too. So you have to fight your equipment. Okay. So that's going on. I'm going to be doing some stuff with Traveler. I'm going to be going through the Roll20 Traveler character sheets and kind of going over the macros and things that are built in there so you can see how easy it is, especially from a referee standpoint of being, yes, the referees, not games masters, of being able to track everybody's stuff. So even if you were playing at the table, you could have their character sheets in Roll20, and when they add stuff and at the end of the night or whatever, you go through everybody's character sheet, make sure it's all updated in Roll20, and then the next time you guys play, if somebody forgets their character sheet or gets lost or gets damaged, you have a digital copy that's up to date to the last time you guys played. So there's that for the referee. And then in my case, sometimes it's basically going to be with my family. And a lot of times there's 2 that don't live at home right now and they can't make it, but they can log in because they've tried to do things like via Discord and we try to show them things. But if I have it on Roll20, it's like, yeah, here's the link, log in, give them their character sheet, and then just show them the map there because I'm using that I have my thing connected to a fairly large screen TV so that I can show like the maps of the game and stuff like that to my family while we're playing. So why wouldn't I, use that? I have the tool, I might as well use it. So I was going to share how the character sheet kind of has some really neat uh, macros and stuff. So there'll be like 2 or 3 like little half-hour, 40-minute videos, just kind of going over, hey, here's this neat feature in the character sheet for Traveler. Hey, here's this neat feature in the character sheet for Traveler, because the character sheet will let you build a character, quote unquote, for your ship. So there's a character sheet for the ship. There's character sheets for your NPCs, character sheets for your um, obviously for your character, and also for like vehicles and stuff like that. So there's lots of neat stuff that you can put together. Okay. So I'm going to kind of show off that for now and again through the summer when I get time to do it. It is summertime, so I have a lot of things I have to do out in the yard and repairs around the house. We suffered a lot of hail damage, so I'm going to have to be coordinating getting all of that fixed with the roofing company, and then there's some other damage on the siding and the gutters and things that I have to make sure I get all the right people to do the right work so that my warranties all stay in effect going forward. Right? So I have fun things coming my way. Anyway, I think that's going to be it. And I'm going to say, yeah, that's it. So I just see now that I got 3 current viewers just showed up. Sorry, I'm ending the stream. I've been going here for almost 5 hours. I said I'd go at least 4. So we're going to be cutting out of here. But thank you for showing up. Thank you for all those that did stop in to give me some views. And hopefully you guys will be able to kind of skim through this and watch it a little bit offline uh, instead of on the stream. And if you do that, even if you don't watch the whole thing, go into the comments of the video and let me know what you think I should do better. Okay? All right. I think that's going to be it. So I'm Dren608. Until we meet again, stay safe and bye-bye.